Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my community in Fowler and in particular constituent from Wakeley, Narcus, who has written with deep concern about the rising cost of living and the Reserve Bank's latest interest rate increase. For families in Fowler, this is more than a policy debate or a blame game about interest rate rises. Rates have risen. What matters now is what the government will do to reduce the pressure families and small businesses will face moving forward. Every 0.25% rise in cash rates means higher mortgage repayments, higher rents, and even greater strain on households struggling to afford groceries, power bills and basic necessities. People in my community were clinging to the hope that meaningful relief was finally on the way. Instead, they met with slogans and announcements that do not match the reality they're living, while being told yet again that interest rate rises are not the government's responsibilities, when governing means taking responsibility for the consequences, not deflecting them. My constituents tell me our community is hurting. Families are lying awake at night, worrying about keeping a roof over their heads, managing energy costs and making ends meet from one week to the next. They're not economists or political strategists. They're mums and dads, carers, pensioners, small business owners and young people trying to build a future. They're exhausted by uncertainty and worn down by constant pressure, bracing for the next bill, the next bank notice, or the next letter from the landlord. Narcus also shared a growing frustration across my electorate. While families and small businesses are doing tougher than ever, this parliament is distracted. Too much energy is spent on messaging and political manoeuvring, and too little on delivering stability and relief for people carrying the real burden. These are people who love this country. They believe in fairness and the dignity of hard work. They're not asking for special treatment, they're asking for focused, grounded leadership that understand the reality and act on it. Deputy Speaker, the message from Fowler is clear. People are not asking for handouts, they're asking for action. Cost of living relief is not a slogan. It's the difference between paying the mortgage or falling behind, between keeping a small business open or shutting down the doors, between keeping the lights on or being forced to turn them off, between filling a prescription or going without. So today, on behalf of Narcus and thousands of others in my electorate, I urge the leaders in this House to wake up to reality. Listen to the voices of ordinary Australians in Wakeley, Cabramatta, Liverpool or Warwick Farm and across southwest and western Sydney. Their struggles are lived every single day. My community believe in a fair go. With rising interest rates and no real relief in sight, it is now up to this parliament to prove that the fair go still means something and to ensure that families in Fowler and across southwestern and western Sydney are not left behind in the upcoming budget. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Indigenous Health and Women.
Sorry, member for Jagga Jagga. Let's change them. Yeah.
Oh, Braddon. Call the member for Braddon.
Jagga Jagga.
Sorry? Jagga Jagga. Beg your pardon. My run sheet's different to everybody else.
We're making it tricky for you this morning. Deputy Speaker, access to healthcare is top of mind for people in my community of Jagga Jagga. We're fortunate to be home of some of Melbourne's best medical institutions, the Austin, the Repat, the ONJ, the Mercy and a lot more. And local healthcare matters, and it's why investing in local services and strengthening Medicare locally is so important for my community. Because for the families, the seniors and the young people I represent, access to affordable healthcare is not a luxury, it is essential. And that is why this government, the Albanese Labor government, has put people and access at the heart of our reforms to strengthen Medicare. And it's why we are already seeing a difference in communities in Jagga Jagga. For the first time in decades, we are making bulk billing viable again after it was allowed to languish under those opposite. We have expanded the bulk billing incentives for GPs so that these incentives apply across the board, encouraging more GPs to make sure that people can see the doctor for a bulk billed visit. We are seeing this have an effect in Jagga Jagga. More practices in Jagga Jagga are now bulk billing patients, and I'm encouraging even more of our local GP clinics to take up this incentive so that this becomes the norm rather than the exception. I recently visited Greensborough Medical and Dental in Greensborough, obviously, one of our wonderful local practices, and one of the first clinics in our community to switch to full bulk billing for GP visits. It was really heartening to talk to the practice manager there, Alicia, who told me how every day she is seeing how this change is making life easier for local families. People are not choosing between what else in their budget they have to take out to pay to go to see the GP. And that is how it should be in Australia. That is how healthcare works in Australia. It is why Labor set up Medicare, and it is why we continue to strengthen and back in Medicare. So as I said, I encourage more GP practices across Jagga Jagga to take up this opportunity and to further expand access for our community. Deputy Speaker, in Jagga Jagga, we are also benefiting from a new Medicare urgent care clinic in Eltham, which is making a real difference for people in that part of my electorate. This is walk-in care for when you need it urgently, those times when your child might have had an accident at sport, when it's late at night and the other clinics aren't open. I've had such positive feedback about this clinic. One local told me she had a fantastic experience and she avoided waiting at the Austin Hospital in emergency for the hours that unfortunately that often takes. So these are a wonderful addition to our local healthcare. The one in Eltham joins the one that we already have in Burgundy Street in Heidelberg. As I said, I consistently get good feedback about this investment we are making locally in access to good, affordable healthcare and the work that this government is doing to strengthen Medicare.
I call the member for Kennedy.
Sorry for speaking. What is happening, please excuse me for reading this document out, but it's one of the rare occasions that I'm going to do it. What's happening in our northern waters right now should worry every single person in this country. Illegal boats are coming into our northern waters in numbers we have never seen before. They're coming quietly, they're coming regularly, and they're coming because nobody is watching the gate anymore. And why aren't we watching? Because governments have regulated our fishing industry out of existence. Australia has the longest coastline of any country on earth, and yet has the lowest per kilometre fishing effort of any coastline on earth. For generations, our commercial fishermen were the eyes and ears of the north. They knew every tide channel, every strange light on the horizon. If something moved that shouldn't have been there, they knew about it. But they've been pushed off the waters. We strangle them with paperwork, bans and city-based ideology. We shut down gill nets, we sidelined trawlers, and we told the very people who protected our coastline for free to stay at home. Now, the Australian seas are empty. No, they're not empty. They're filled with people who are not Australians. Corumba had over 240 boats licensed to operate and probably another 240 boats on North Queensland's east coast. Now I doubt whether there's 200 licences in the Gulf and the east coast. With von Clausewitz's chilling aphorism, a people without land will seek a land without people. Well, similarly, a people without seas will seek seas without people. Ask the first Australians how they fared, or the Red Indians, or the Aztecs, or the Zulus. When you don't have Australians on the water, someone else will fill the void. Illegal fishing boats, people smugglers, foreign interests testing how far they can push, they're not stupid. We need our trawlers back. Our netters back. Doing the job our border force is clearly not resourced to do. Every Australian fishing vessel is a moving surveillance platform. Every skipper is a sentry. Every crew is a deterrent. And where is Border Force? Where is biosecurity? We have 14 patrol boats with no armaments on them to cover the longest coastline on earth. A joke. Nobody is there. No meaningful presence, no real defence, no boats, boots, no eyes. And let me remind this country, it was only 2 years ago that we found out China has control of Yam Island, which is halfway between New Guinea and the tip of Cape York, Australia, and the mouth of the Fly River. And then we're in the process of purchasing Pajinka at the tip of Cape York. So we're giving them 3 key control points.
The member's time has
The
expired.
Indian Ocean.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm extremely proud to say that the 2026 Tasmanian Young Australian of the Year was awarded to Braddon local Alicia Kennedy, a remarkable young woman who has turned her own lived experience into meaningful change. After leaving school, Alicia discovered gaps familiar to many young Australians. Despite strong academic results, she found herself without the practical life skills needed to navigate adulthood: budgeting, managing bills, completing a tax return. She learned these lessons the hard way, but she was determined that others shouldn't have to. Alicia created the Life After School program, Upturned, an initiative designed to bridge the gap between classroom learning and real-world skills. She now works with schools and youth groups to empower young people with the confidence and capability they need to thrive as adults. Alicia's vision is simple but also powerful, that every young person deserves the tools to succeed in life, not just in school. Her dedication is helping build a more capable and confident generation of young Tasmanians. I want to congratulate Alicia on this outstanding achievement and thank her for the profound contribution she's making to young people right across Tasmania. Her work is transforming lives today and strengthening our future, but also the future of our young people. Deputy President, I also on January the 26th, I attended the 128th annual Mount Lyell Strawn Picnic at West Strawn Beach. This event is one of the West Coast's most enduring and treasured community traditions. For more than a century, the picnic has brought together workers, families and visitors from right across the region, and it continues to reflect the resilience, the camaraderie and deep sense of belonging that define the West Coast community of Tasmania. It began with mine workers travelling from Queenstown to Strawn Beach by train in 1897, and that tradition has continued every year. From traditional games and foot races to the local food stalls that volunteers prepare with such pride, the day once again showcased the spirit of a community that supports one another through good times but also through tough times. It is this spirit that has endured the picnic that not only survives but thrives generation after generation. A big thanks to the Mount Lyell Strawn Picnic Committee and volunteers who make this event possible each year. Their dedication keeps an important part of West Coast history alive. Events like Mount Lyell Strawn Pic remind us of the importance that local traditions that bring people together. I look forward to continuing to support this remarkable community and the events that reflect its proud history.
I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's medical research... Deputy Speaker. Australia's universal health coverage dream has been lost. Australians now face an impossible choice. They cannot access or afford to see medical specialists in this country. We know that 1 in 3 Australians are postponing medical care because of cost. That increases to 1 in 2 Australians in the regions where markets are impossibly thin. Recent figures from Redbridge suggest that 75% of Gen Xers in the regions are deciding not to seek the medical care that they need because they cannot find or access an affordable specialist. In a cost of living crisis, healthcare costs are increasing disproportionately to other parts of the economy. I hear constantly from constituents who tell me that they've had private hospital and extras cover for years. They've paid thousands of dollars every year for what they thought would guarantee timely access to care, choice of practitioner and protection from large unexpected medical bills. Instead, they're encountering extreme out-of-pocket fees to receive specialist care, including costs sometimes multiple amounts more than the Medicare schedule fee. They're getting bills for surgery a day or two before. I heard this morning from a constituent who had been contacted by the surgeon's assistant as they entered the car park of a private hospital with a demand for a fee that they didn't anticipate they were going to have to deal with. They're being asked to pay full fees up front. even those portions which will attract later reimbursement. Since 2010, private specialist fees have increased 73%. In the last 5 years, out-of-pocket costs for common procedures have increased by 300%, Deputy Speaker. People who are vulnerable, who are seeking urgent medical care for sometimes life-threatening conditions, should not be expected to deal with unexpected costs through the private healthcare system. They need to be able to put their selves into the hands of medical professionals that they can trust, and it is heartbreaking when they realise that they cannot afford to do that. Deputy Speaker, I'm asking the government urgently to commission a Health Committee inquiry into the cost of specialist care in this country. All Australians need to be able to access medical specialists, whether they live in the city or in the regions. They shouldn't have to wait 3 or 4 years to see a paediatrician, or for their hip replacement, or to see a cardiologist. And all of us should be able to afford affordable care through the private healthcare system. It's a matter of urgency, and it's something that this government needs to address immediately.
I call the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chair. And this week, our government released our response to the Defence Estates audit. This report recommends the divestment of the RAF Williams Point Cook and a significant part of RAF Williams Laverton. The government's response to this audit has rightly been made on the basis of its assessment of the national interests and the needs of the ADF in changing strategic circumstances in which Australia finds itself today. The world has changed a lot since these bases were established, and Australia needs to make hard choices to ensure that locations of our defence bases are fit for purpose and that the ADF has the facilities and capabilities it needs to keep Australians safe. But these recommendations will also have significant local implications for our community in Melbourne's West. So I want to reassure my community of a few things. Firstly, despite the breathless media coverage this morning, no decisions have been made about what will happen to land divested as part of this audit. The process for deciding how this land is used will be a long one. It will take years, and our community will have plenty of opportunity to be heard. As a local member, I'll work with all levels of government to ensure 2 things along this journey. First, that the heritage value of Point Cook as the birthplace of the RAAF is preserved. Point Cook has been on the Commonwealth Heritage List since 2004. Julia Gillard fought for its preservation as the local member then, and I'm not about to squander that legacy as the local member now. Done right, this process is an opportunity to increase Australians' access to this heritage site, which is currently severely constrained due to the significant limitations of public access to an active RAAF base. Secondly, I know full well the strains that development in Melbourne's West is putting on our local infrastructure. I live it. Point Cook has grown to become Australia's biggest suburb by population, and our community needs infrastructure to keep up with it. So, should any part of these estates be made available for housing in the future, putting in place the necessary infrastructure to support it before any construction occurs is essential. At the last federal election, the federal Labor government committed $55 million to duplicate and upgrade Central Avenue between Lund Court and Skian Boulevard, leading into the intersection with Point Cook Road that is currently being reconstructed with state government funding. We also made $3.5 million available for a business case to upgrade Point Cook Road between Jamison Way and Dunnings Road. Both of those projects will make a real impact on the current congestion on Point Cook Road, but I understand that more will need to be done in the coming years. I welcome the engagement I've had with my state and federal colleagues on these heritage and infrastructure issues to date, and I'll continue to pursue them as this process unfolds in the coming years.
I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to note a significant win for my electorate made possible through investment under a former coalition government initiative, the Hinkler Regional Deal. I was yesterday informed that detailed design investigations for the Bruce Highway and Buxton Road intersection upgrade at Isis River have been completed, a stretch of road just south of Childers, which I travel most weeks when I'm not here in Canberra. The design will keep the speed limit to 80 kilometres an hour at this spot and includes dedicated right and left turn lanes into Buxton Road, the local service station, and improved access for nearby property owners. construction on the intersection upgrade should start by the middle of this year. The milestone development follows years of community pressure, strong advocacy, including our State Member for Burnett, Stephen Bennett, and extensive consultation culminating in a design that reflects the needs of the growing Buxton community. I've been working with residents and calling for this upgrade for a long time, and this final design strikes the right balance between safety, access and efficiency on one of my region's most important transport corridors. This wouldn't have happened without the announcement made by the Coalition Government in 2020 and the commitment from the Queensland LNP's Transport and Main Roads Minister, Brent Mickelberg. There has been a contribution of $10 million in federal funding, and now the job is finally getting done to ensure this stretch of the Bruce Highway is safer for travellers and, importantly, our local Buxton residents. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to highlight some of the many great Aussies from the electorate of Hinkler who were acknowledged in our local Australia Day awards. I've had the privilege of meeting with the Citizen of the Year award winners from Hinkler, including Harvey Bay's Bernard Weeble. Named the 2026 Fraser Coast Citizen of the Year, Bernard was recognised for years of dedicated service to the community, particularly through his leadership with the Harvey Bay Neighbourhood Centre. His contribution has helped guide growth, strengthen services and create meaningful outcomes for thousands of people across the region. I toured the ever-expanding services of the Neighbourhood Centre with Bernard and CEO Tanya Stevenson only last week and witnessed the amazing community hub and all that it offers. Bernard's work colleagues stated he is someone who leads with integrity, generosity and quiet confidence, always focused on people, not recognition. Congratulations, Bernie. Deputy Speaker, the Bundaberg Region Citizen of the Year, Joe Leverett, is the founder of Wide Bay Advocacy and Bundaberg Street Law. Joe is a highly respected human rights lawyer and social justice advocate who provides free legal service and systematic advocacy for vulnerable members of our Hinkler community. Joe's leadership and community involvement support people facing poverty, domestic violence and mental health challenges. Her work has created lasting impacts and strengthened social justice across the Bundaberg region. Joe's dedication has changed lives and reflects the true spirit of service recognised through this award. I commend these Hinkler heroes and all those who are nominated for various Australia Day awards. They are the heart and soul of our community.
I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to congratulate 8-year-old Darcy Utley from Googong, who is a true local hero. Darcy is a scout and he's been raising money to buy bedding and shelter for homeless in our community to earn his Creating a Better World badge. His amazing fundraising efforts have earned him the Australia Day Hero 2026 Young Person of the Year award by the national charity Backpack Bed for Homeless. The charity gives out awards every year, but this Australia Day, Darcy was the only person to receive this honour. Other awards went to organisations such as schools and businesses. Darcy raised over $2,000 for the charity by selling Play-Doh and holding lolly guessing competitions. The amount raised equated to 15 backpack beds for the homeless in the area, which have been distributed by the Salvation Army. Backpack Bed for Homeless founder and CEO Tony Clark said Darcy's amazing fundraising efforts have resulted in almost $50,000 in taxpayer savings for the Canberra and Queanbeyan communities. These backpack beds are a great comfort for people that are living on the streets or sleeping rough and have helped to improve the dignity, health, sleep and warmth for people across our communities. It is an honour to have young constituents like Darcy in the electorate of Eden Monaro, so a big congratulations, Darcy. I'd like to give a plug to one of my favourite times of the year, because country shows have kicked off right across the mighty Eden Monaro. We're in the midst of the 2026 country show season, which kicked off with Pambula and Candelo in January and will continue with the Nimity Bell show this weekend. Country shows and ag field days are much more than a great day out. They are the heart of regional communities. And I want to encourage everyone in this place to take your families and to support a country show. In fact, if any members of Parliament are here for the weekend, Nimity Bell's only an hour and a half down the road, so come down and have a look. You can get a full list of New South Wales country shows on the Ag Show New South Wales website. There will be shows across Eden Monaro in February and March, including the 150th anniversary of the Bega show at the end of February this year. Showgrounds are always buzzing with competitors, volunteers, judges, sponsors, families and communities coming together to celebrate the very best of regional life. So from Cobargo to Bega, Goulburn to Bombala, I'd love to see you there. Finally, a quick shout out to the Terry Campese Foundation. Former Raiders captain and New South Wales and Australian representative created a foundation to mentor youth at risk in our local community. Its major fundraiser every year is a Special Forces Challenge, which ADF personnel do in their private time. About a dozen recruits have already raised over $200,000 to support youth at risk. Last year, they built a school in Tonga with those youth, and I look forward to seeing what the foundation will do this year.
Time has expired. I call the member for Cowper.
Well, this week Australian mortgage holders and small business owners were slugged with the 13th interest rate rise since this government came into power. An unlucky number for what increasingly feels like an unlucky country. Once upon a time, we considered ourselves the lucky country, the land of the fair go, where if you worked hard, you got ahead. Now we're the country of the most rampant inflation problem of any major advanced economy. Since May 2022, gas prices are up 42%, electricity is up 38%, milk is up 24%, and eggs are up a whopping 37%. And these are the basic household goods that our people pay for. In my electorate of Cowper, the average household income is certainly on the low side of the national scale. They're small business owners, farmers, retail workers and modest retirees. Every day I hear about the choices they're being forced to make to keep their heads above water, choosing between mortgages and medicine or electricity bills and groceries. I hear from businesses who can no longer afford their input costs but can't put their prices up because their customers can't afford to pay for it. It's no wonder the insolvency rate reached its highest level in 35 years. And how did we get here? Because this government is more focused on ideology than sound fiscal management. A treasurer more concerned with headlines than households, and it is those that can least afford it that ultimately pay the price. For the next decade, the federal budget is a sea of red because Labor keep spending with reckless abandon on their own pet projects. In fact, they've added $50 billion of discretionary spending this year alone. Public spending is currently growing twice as fast as the rest of the economy. The government sector is getting fat, while the tax-paying private sector and small businesses are starving. And this government's answer to everything is more debt. Take our housing affordability problem. Labor's answer, a 5% deposit scheme, a scheme that has driven up prices and encourages our would-be first home buyers to take on the maximum amount of personal debt to acquire one of the few remaining homes over the past disastrous 4 years of rampant, irresponsible immigration by Labor. The repayments on a 95% loan over 30 years is simply criminal. I say this, we are now paying $3 million an hour, $67 million a day and $24 billion a year in interest. That is your money. That is not the government's money. Don't be fooled by a tricky treasurer deflecting responsibility.
The member's
this
time
is his
has
mess
expired.
and we have to live with it.
I call the, where am I up to? Assistant Minister for Health, Aged Care, Indigenous Health and Women.
Thank you. I rise today to speak about the Albanese Labor government's commitment to early childhood education, and more specifically what this commitment means for the families and communities in my electorate of Lyons. The Albanese Labor government believes that every child deserves access to the benefits of quality learning, and research and evidence are unequivocal. The early years are a vital time in a child's life and form the foundation for their physical, emotional, social, language and cognitive development. When we invest early, we set children up not just for school but for life. That belief is being realised on the grounds of communities like St Mary's and Bothwells and Westbury. Each of these towns will benefit from Labor's investment in new childcare centres. In St Mary's, I acknowledge the advocacy of Tanya Greenwood, Christy Scott, Rebecca Scarr, Janet Drummond and the Break a Day Council and many more for providing the strong local leadership that helped secure $4 million in federal funding to build a new early learning centre in St Mary's. This new centre will be co-located with the St Mary's District School, supporting transitions and strong collaboration between early learning and kindergarten to year 12. What began 10 years ago as an effort to create more opportunities for local children quickly revealed something deeper, that expanding childcare access would also strengthen local businesses, local services and benefit the wider community. From 2027, a new 24-place early learning service will be built on the St Mary's site, providing families with greater access to quality local early education at lower costs while children are given the best possible start. I also want to turn to the community of Bothwell in the Central Highlands, where determination and grassroots advocacy have delivered an outcome that will make a real difference. Lisa in Ouse had to drive 144 kilometres every day to keep her son in temporary care in Brighton. That trip takes 2 hours each way. Another family in Bothwell described how childcare would give us financial security and improve our family's mental health. It would allow me to get out of the house and to be a productive member of the community. Many families have to take their kids to work with them, and recently our local mum spoke of the challenge of driving a tractor with a toddler and a baby in the cabin with her. In Bothwell, a highly motivated community group led by Susan Dabbs and Joanne Barwick worked tirelessly to highlight the childcare challenges that have been impacting their town for decades. With the support from the Central Highlands Council, they launched a community survey and gathered data, and they posted it on social media and community notice boards and in the school newsletter and illustrated the need. The findings were clear. There was a critical absence of long day care and childcare services in the region. And as a result of that work, from mid-2027, 20 places will be made available at a new purpose-built childcare centre co-located at the school site at Bothwell. This investment will transform families' lives and provide access to affordable and reliable childcare close to home. This is what it's all about, and I'm proud to have been able to work with such strong advocates to deliver these outcomes for our communities.
I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last December, the West Australian Cook Government announced a 21-month ban on recreational boat-based fishing for demersal species and a permanent ban on commercial fishers from Kalbarri to Augusta. And for the Kimberley and the Pilbara, the commercial catch limit has been halved. In already tough times, many fishermen and women in my electorate of Durack were unable to enjoy the festive period and are now wondering how they can provide for their family and community. This ban not only impacts the fishers themselves, but also local hospitality owners and workers, the tourism industry, tackle shops, bait suppliers and consumers. While all acknowledge that we need to preserve and protect our fish stocks, this ban from the WA government has been heavy-handed and rushed with less than a month's notice, yes, 1 month's notice between the announcement and implementation of the plan. I'm incredibly proud of the resilience and courage shown by those impacted, despite the emotional and financial toll on them, particularly those multi-generational fishing families who are now having to pull their nets, sell their boats and find new employment. Despite being the richest state, the WA government could only manage a meagre $29 million compensation package, which will not compensate deckhands and those below a management level. It is really disgusting. In comparison, the federal and Queensland governments have committed more than $160 million to phase out gillnet fishing in the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. Why is it that WA families, why have they drawn the short straw? My WA fishing families are just as deserving as Queensland fishing families. Without proper consultation processes, inflated egos and bulldozing through legislation, you get hard-working West Australians who've been left behind by the Cook government and further abandonment of regional WA by Labor. I, together with over 30,000 West Australians who've signed the e-petition, are calling for an urgent parliamentary inquiry into WA fisheries to examine the need for a clear long-term plan for sustainable fisheries that supports all stakeholders. I also call on the Federal Minister for Fisheries to step in and provide greater compensation alongside the WA government. This is a matter of urgency.
This is urgent, and those impacted deserve to be respected and acknowledged. So, to Premier Cook and to Minister Collins, please get together, decide on a much better, fairer, equitable compensation package. Regional West Australian men and women in the fishing industry deserve nothing less.
I call the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 26 January at a Survival Day rally in the Perth CBD, there was an attempt to cause a mass casualty event using an improvised explosive device filled with nails and ball bearings thrown into a crowd that had gathered peacefully to support justice, voice, treaty and truth for First Nations Australians. It is immensely fortunate that the IED failed, and as the Prime Minister has rightly noted, it's entirely appropriate that the incident is being considered as a possible terrorist event. I was grateful this week to be briefed by the WA Minister for Police, Rhys Whitby, and the WA Commissioner for Police, Cole Blanche. What occurred was a frightening moment that could have been a catastrophic tragedy. I want to acknowledge all the attendees who responded calmly and safely in a bewildering and fraught situation, including for the police. Deputy Speaker, it is vitally important that our civil and political rights and freedoms are maintained, both for their own sake as human rights and because they are intrinsic to our shared well-being. The ability for our community to be involved in political life, to debate important and difficult issues, to protest injustice and the misuse of power, to campaign for environmental protection or refugee rights, or changing the date of Australia Day, or in support of people suffering unconscionable harm in Myanmar or Iran or Gaza, is fundamental to our democracy. Yet this vital aspect of our democratic system is undermined by the threat of prejudicial violence like what was seen in Perth, and it can be undermined by poorly calibrated responses to terror. And as I've observed before, Deputy Speaker, by far and away the most harmful prejudice in our history is racism directed against First Nations Australians. I find it shocking that when, as a local member, I draw attention through social media to the availability of NAIDOC Week grants, there follows a torrent of deeply racist responses that are devoid of compassion or courage or common humanity. Among the emails I received this week was a message from a Whadjuk Noongar member of my community who rightly said that good thoughts by themselves are not enough. And that's absolutely right. And it's why the Albanese government has continued to deliver clear and properly resourced measures to combat prejudice, to strengthen cohesion, to close the gap and to reduce the dangerous proliferation of guns, while of course emphasising the importance of harmony, shared wellbeing and reconciliation. Deputy Speaker, it's an incredible mercy that the attack which occurred at the Survival Day rally in Perth did not have its intended effect. This is a time for us all to reflect on the contribution we can each make to tolerance and understanding, to resisting the rush to division and the rush to outrage and accusation that is so prevalent in social media, and to practising moderation in our language and peacefulness in our conduct.
I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, after the 2022 election, the federal Labor government ripped $100 million of infrastructure funding out of the Goldstein community for worthy and important projects, particularly to promote use of public transport and to green our community. It was devastating because that money then had to be filled by councils who simply don't have the resources when federal Labor came after Bayside and Glen Ira's cash. As a consequence, we have less community infrastructure in Goldstein than we need, particularly a lot of sporting facilities that simply don't have the change room facilities for women to be able to play games like sport and cricket. I can't believe that a federal Labor government, in a choice between its priorities, chooses to take back money from the community from women's cricket and women's footy and other important social infrastructure. And despite $100 million being ripped out of the Goldstein community, the then member simply waved it through. Well, at the 2025 election, the community made a different choice, was to make sure they had a member who stood here in Canberra and fought for the community and for the infrastructure. That's why we submitted, Deputy Speaker, a community budget submission to the budget process. And I implore upon the Federal Treasurer to start to return some of the $100 million for the community that we desperately need, because our community budget submission steps through some really basic information. The federal Labor government provided an MRI licence to Sandringham Hospital, but what they haven't got at Sandringham Hospital is an MRI machine. In fact, from Freedom of Information documents, the community has been engaged in a hoax by this federal Labor government, claiming the services are going to be available to them, but were not delivered because they don't have the equipment to do so. So first thing we asked for is around $3 million, so we have an MRI machine for a community hospital. We know the rise of anti-Semitism over the past couple of years, Deputy Speaker. Well, how about we get the community safety grants our community needs from a Rabban Hebrew congregation, L'chaim Chabad Youth Centre and the South Caulfield Hebrew congregation. For women's sporting facilities, I said already, at Peterson Reserve, at Brighton Beach Oval and Dendy Park Pavilion, so women can have toilets and change rooms. We need them in Hyatt, we need them at Brighton Beach, and we need them at Dendy Park. And other important facilities like for victims of sexual violence and who are low incomes, who need support, the redevelopment of Basis Community Support Centre, as well as many other important pieces of infrastructure like the EMC Fox Pavilion, which also needs, in McKinnon, which needs women's change room facilities, parking and light upgrades at Allnut Park and Hodgson Reserve, and of course open amenity in Glen Huntly, and being able to support important infrastructure like the Moorabbin Bowls Club. These are simple requests. Treasurer, deliver, because Goldstein is depending on it.
I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Xin Ki Hua Le, Chak Mang Nam Moi. Happy New Year to Melbourne's Chinese and Vietnamese communities. On Sunday, I had the pleasure of joining the local Vietnamese community at the Lunar New Year Festival along Victoria Street in Richmond. The festival was an enjoyable reminder of what this season represents: renewal and good fortune, community, family, and traditions shared across generations. Victoria Street was alive. Families and friends gathered to join in the celebrations and enjoy the atmosphere, while local businesses opened their doors to share food, music and culture. The event was organised by Victoria Street Business Association. Thank you for the team for making it happen. The Business Association's commitment to supporting local traders and bringing the community together is vital to the success of the festival and to the ongoing revitalisation and strength of Victoria Street throughout the year. The Vietnamese community has shaped Richmond in lasting and meaningful ways, from small family businesses to community organisations, from food and culture to civic life. Their contribution is woven into the fabric of our city. As a local to Victoria Street, I regularly dine at the restaurants, and I'm grateful for the warmth and welcome I receive. In a few weeks, I will also be attending the Chinese Lunar New Year celebrations in Melbourne's historic Chinatown. Melbourne's Chinatown is the oldest continuous Chinese settlement in the Western world, and Lunar New Year celebrations are more than a cultural event. They are a must-see highlight on the city's calendar. This year, we welcome the Year of the Horse, a symbol of strength, energy and forward momentum. The horse invites us to move forward with confidence and optimism. It is a fitting symbol for Melbourne, a city that thrives when it embraces change and turns diversity into strength. It reflects the leadership, contribution and cultural confidence that the Vietnamese and Chinese communities bring to Melbourne every day. Together, these celebrations remind us that multiculturalism is not an abstract idea. It is lived, it is shared, it is built year after year through people showing up for one another. Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that understands the strength that comes from diversity and backs it with action. The Albanese government invests in multicultural communities, supports small businesses and works to ensure that every person from every background feels seen, respected and included in our national story. At a time where social cohesion matters more than ever, Lunar New Year is a reminder that Australia is stronger when we celebrate who we are together. When we make space for culture, language and tradition, we build trust. And when people feel they belong, our community is stronger. Happy New Year, and may you wish you a prosperous New Year.
I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to give voice to the Western Australian families who were shafted by the WA State Labor Government's decision to close down the demersal fishing industry, both commercially forever and indeed recreationally for some 21 months, with the ban curiously being lifted just out from the next state election in 2029. I'm sure it was on the basis of robust scientific advice. But that's where the plot thickens a little, because on October 31 last year, the Commonwealth certified the demersal fishery in Western Australia as sustainable for the 7th time. So the Commonwealth science, for the 7th consecutive time, suggested that fishery was perfectly sustainable, and 33 days later, the Western Australian Fisheries Minister stood up and described the industry as being on the brink of causing extinction for species like jewfish. So, having locked out fishing for some 900-kilometre closure, impacting 80% of the Western Australian population, but particularly in towns like Bunbury and Augusta in the electorate of Forrest, home to multi-generational fishing businesses, this has stripped their livelihoods and their family businesses built over some 100 years of experience in those particular fishing grounds with less than a month's notice. And it was brought home particularly to me when I met, standing on the fishing wharf in Bunbury, a young guy about my age, mid-30s, who had actually stepped out from the family fishing business, had gone to the bank, got a very substantial loan of some hundreds of thousands of dollars, and bought his own fishing boat. The Western Australian government processed the licence transfer so that he too was a commercial shark fisherman, and 10 days later the government announced the permanent closure of the fishery. No details on the compensation package, no future for him, his business, the new employees he'd just taken on, and of course that boat that he'd just bought was now worthless because nobody in Western Australia can buy a shark fishing boat. Why is a shark fishing boat caught up in a demersal fishing ban? Well, because 0.4% of the jewfish and snapper caught in Western Australia as bycatch of shark fishing, well, 0.4% was enough for the Western Australian minister to cancel their licences permanently. And so I don't know whether they've jumped the shark, whether their science is wrong and the Commonwealth is right, or vice versa. But there are clear questions to answer, and I've written to the Federal Minister to ask her to intervene and sort this mess out. Unfortunately, in the first response, she's denied any responsibility or any concern about the science. This has a long way to go.
I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the ecumenical worship service for the opening of the 2026 Federal Parliamentary year, there was a call for peace throughout the world. Every day, billions of people struggle through life, living in extreme poverty, violent conflict, war and oppression. None more so than the Palestinians, who have never known peace in their lifetime and who only know of a life of daily survival and misery. With so much else going on in people's lives here in Australia and overseas, and with people tiring of the decades-old Palestine-Israel conflict, the daily sufferings endured by Palestinians hardly rates a mention in mainstream media here in Australia. That has been even more noticeable since the announcement of a ceasefire in October, when for most outsiders the conflict was supposedly settled. Yet the shootings, the bombings, the airstrikes and the suffering did not stop with the announced ceasefire. Credible sources report that since the ceasefire, over 500 Palestinians, including innocent women and children, have been violently killed. The Israeli land grab continues. Journalists are barred from the region in an attempt to prevent the truth from being reported. International aid to desperate and starving Palestinians is restricted by the Israeli military. And even with the recent opening of the Rafah crossing to Egypt, on-the-ground reports claim that very little aid is now still getting through. Aid workers who risk their lives to save people are pleading for international intervention to force the Netanyahu government to ease their restrictions over Palestinian people. And now the Jewish Independent reports that the Israeli Knesset is considering legislation that would make the death sentence mandatory for intentional killing by Palestinians, but not for Israelis. Since October 2023, around 72,000 Palestinians, including over 20,000 children, 1,700 health workers and 259 journalists and media workers have been killed. 182,000 people have been wounded. 870,000 have been displaced and 10,000 Palestinians have been taken prisoner. While some will dispute those statistics, credible reports, including from aid workers and UN observers on the ground who have addressed MPs in this place, confirm that the situation for Palestinians is horrific and the widespread loss of lives and their ongoing oppression is very real. Yet the world turns a blind eye whilst Palestinians lose their lives, their homes, their lands and their rights. Accusations of war crimes, ethnic cleansing, apartheid and genocide against the Netanyahu government are now regularly raised with me. History will judge this period harshly, but that will be of no use to the desperate Palestinian people who right now are pleading for help as they struggle to survive. For them, peace is an elusive dream.
I call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to respond to some of those comments a moment ago, but I realise this is constituent statements, and so I will stick to that. Under Labor, the cost of living crisis is getting worse, not better. Families in my electorate of Hume don't need economists or modelling to tell them that there is a cost of living crisis, that their standard of living has been trashed by a Labor government that has mismanaged the economy. They feel it every single week. They see it at the checkout when they pay their grocery bills. They see it when the power bill arrives. They see it when they fill up their petrol tanks at the Bowser. They feel it when their rent goes up again or when they're left trying to pay their mortgage every month. Under Labor, the cost of living crisis is getting worse, not better, and families in Hume are paying the price. This Treasurer promised that we'd beaten inflation. It was all over. And what do you know? Up it surges. In fact, the Reserve Bank this week has told us that it is on its way up again, a huge increase in their forecasts. And the Reserve Bank has raised interest rates, of course, on Tuesday this week, and there's every expectation that there will be more increases in interest rates because of the failures of this government. Labor treated Australians' money like it was their own. That is what they have done, overspending on policies that did not ease the cost of living in any meaningful sense for Australians. And they've left the Reserve Bank to do the heavy lifting. You know, we've got the government with the foot on the accelerator, and so the Reserve Bank has to put the foot on the brake. And that wrecks the engine. That is exactly what has been happening under this Labor government. Meanwhile, the supply side of our economy is completely broken. They've clogged up the private sector with more regulation. They're driving energy policy based on ideology, not based on affordable, reliable power. It's good to see the energy shadow right here, who knows this better than anyone. They are allowing the construction sector to be held to ransom by the CFMEU. And this is how you end up with an economy that's sending out the red lights, the warning bells, by saying that inflation is going up, interest rates are going up, and Australians are suffering. Our standard of living is going backwards at exactly the time when other countries around the world are seeing it improving. This Labor government has failed hard-working Australians.
I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week I joined the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Anna Lee, to my electorate for a visit to the Brotherhood of St Lawrence, where together we heard directly from young people in our community who have participated in the Youth Transition Support Pilot Program. The YTS pilot program supports young refugees aged 15 to 25, providing guidance and practical support to help them participate fully in our community through work, education and sport. The program delivers pathways for young refugees to connect with employers, gain work and volunteer experience, and access career guidance, mentoring, training, coaching and support, often at moments when it is needed most. Among those we met was Javed Nurzai, a 21-year-old originally from Afghanistan who was connected to the YTS program through another local institution, the Kangan Institute, during his studies. Javed was initially uncertain about his education and employment pathway. With encouragement and support from YTS, he was accepted into a Diploma of Information Technology RMIT University. Since then, Javed has pursued a full-time career in the insulation industry and is giving back through his involvement as a casual youth advisor to support other young people along similar settlement journeys. We were also introduced to Dina, a 20-year-old who came to Australia from Iraq with her family 5 years ago and now lives in Craigieburn. Dina faced challenges engaging with the education system due to earlier disruptions in life. After connecting with YTS, she was able to develop her skills, build confidence and pursue her aspirations, securing work as a youth advisor with the Brotherhood of St. Lawrence, followed by full-time employment in the hospitality industry. Similar stories were shared by other participants, including Lencho and Sandra, who connected with YTS activities while undertaking their adult migrant English program studies at local institutions in my community. Speaker, I want to congratulate these young people, not only for their personal achievements, but for their generosity in giving back as youth advisors when given the opportunity. Their stories are a powerful reminder of what is possible when we invest in people. The Albanese Labor government is committed to community-led, place-based programs that provide early, practical support, meeting young people where they are and backing their potential. Because when we invest in young people in their formative years, we are investing in the skills, confidence and potential that strengthen communities for the long term, reducing disadvantage, increasing participation and supporting better outcomes across education and employment.
I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to thank everyone who kept the communities of Western Victoria safe over this summer and who are still doing so. We have had an incredibly difficult period since Christmas in Western Victoria. We've had the Otway fires, which still continue to burn. Plus, we've had fires, in particular at Skipton, Streatham and Caramballick, which destroyed homes and vital infrastructure. But not only that, we also saw flooding, and this was flash flooding, the like of which we hadn't seen for years, and it led to serious safety issues, yet in the end no one fortunately lost their lives. And for all the natural disasters that we've been through, that has been the telltale thing. Fortunately, we haven't seen any loss of life. We have unfortunately seen people lose their houses and key community infrastructure lost, but that can be repaired and needs to be repaired. But the fact that we haven't had loss of life in Western Victoria from these fires and from the floods is nothing short of a miracle, and it goes to where I want to start today, and that is thank everyone who was involved in fighting the fires and dealing with the floods. There were local heroes who warned people about the flash flooding that was coming, and that saved people's lives. And we saw, whether it was through our professional firefighters or through our volunteer firefighters, their willingness again to put themselves on the front line also saved lives and saved even more damage to housing, to property, to livestock and to key community infrastructure. So can I say again, thank you to our CFA volunteers, to our professional firefighters and to everyone else, all the community groups who came together to help and support those who had to move out of those homes, where relief centres had to be set up. People like organisations like the Lions Club move in and make sure that they're helping and supporting those people who have to move away from those homes. And then, of course, there's the support for those who have lost their homes. We're not out of danger yet. We've still got a potentially trying 6 to 8 weeks to go. But what we've done in the face of such adversity in Western Victoria is an absolute credit to everyone, and particular to all those hard-working volunteers. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Minister for Small Business, International Development and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I want to recognise two outstanding contributors to the Cowan community. They're also the recipients of the City of Stirling's 2026 Community Citizen of the Year Awards, and their work reflects the very best of who we are. First is the Perth Rhinos Basketball Club, and it's more than just a sporting organisation. It's a lifeline for young people seeking connection, belonging and opportunity. Now, the club was originally established to create elite pathways for South Sudanese youth, but they've grown into a truly inclusive club that welcomes everyone. And for many young people who have experienced disengagement or social isolation, the Rhinos offer something that cannot be measured on a scoreboard: a sense of inclusion, of safety, mentoring and a place to grow with confidence. Through mentors from diverse backgrounds, the Rhinos are building resilience and leadership in the next generation. And their recognition as winners of the Active Citizenship Award is well deserved. And it reminds us that grassroots organisations are often the quiet engines of social cohesion. What they give these young people is dignity, empowerment, and a sense of belonging that strengthens our entire community. I also want to acknowledge the remarkable Vicky Young. She's the president and co-founder of Dandelions WA, and she's been named Community Citizen of the Year by the City of Stirling. Now, Vicky's work is grounded in compassion and action, the kind of combination that really has an impact on changing lives. This year alone, Dandelions WA will provide 17,000 backpacks to children who might otherwise start school without the essentials that many of us take for granted. But the impact of Dandelions WA goes far beyond backpacks, because under Vicky's leadership, they now support people experiencing homelessness, women and families fleeing violence, individuals in hospital and others navigating hardship. Vicky ensures that people in crisis feel seen, that they are supported and treated with dignity, and she shows us that leadership doesn't always come with grand gestures. Often it's the steady, thoughtful work that makes the greatest difference. Both worthy recipients embody what it truly means to lift others up. Their commitment to inclusion, dignity and opportunity speaks to values that we should all hold dearly here. And together, they remind us the extraordinary power of community and what is possible when we choose to lift one another up.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for member statements has expired, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, death of the Honourable Nick Bolkus, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the Prime Minister.
So the question is that motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to associate myself with some wonderful remarks commemorating the life of a great Australian, Nick Bolkus. Those remarks made by the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, my friend, the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, very powerfully last night, and of course the very moving tribute offered by the Minister for Health. I rise to make a few brief remarks associating myself and reflecting on the Honourable Nick Bolkus's legacy, and in doing so, Deputy Speaker, I remember that in December last year I had the opportunity to meet his daughter Aria in her capacity as South Australian Labor's candidate for Colton, and I reflected then on some similarities that appeared to me and how wonderful it was to see a legacy continue in that family. It's tragic that only days afterwards Nick passed away, and beginning my remarks I of course think mostly of his family, of his wife Mary, who I had the privilege of working with in former capacities, and the daughters, Aria, who I mentioned earlier, and Michaela, who gave a wonderful tribute that has been reflected on in this place already. For me, I find it difficult to overstate the significance of the influence the Honourable Nick Bolkus had on the Australian Labor Party, particularly its left, on the state of South Australia, and indeed on the shape of our country. He leaves an indelible mark on the country that we live in today. And I want to touch on that through the lens of the role that he played as a minister, as a very significant part of the more than 25 years he spent serving diligently the people of South Australia in the other place. A time marked by an unusual adherence to a really clearly defined set of principles through which he approached his tasks in politics, but ensuring that those principles were always given a practical application, which I think is the very best of the movement that I'm proud to be a part of. Nick Bolkus's most significant impact was in portfolios that I had the privilege of holding for a period of time. And when I think about his impact, I just want to touch on those three lenses of citizenship, of multicultural affairs and of immigration very briefly. In terms of citizenship, what Nick Bolkus did was to transform, or perhaps to realise, Australian citizenship as that common bond that unites us all, to think about how we could celebrate the moment of acquiring citizenship as something that is as nation-building as the construction of physical infrastructure, recognising in our country that our greatest strength is the unrivalled capacity of the Australian people. And through elevating citizenship, this takes me to the role that he played in his responsibilities in what was first called ethnic affairs and has since been reframed as multicultural affairs. What Nick Bolkus did was to see our country as it is, or indeed as it was, to see that recognised in our institutions and our cultural understanding, to see ourselves through a clear-eyed lens, not looking back, not elevating nostalgia, but seeing us as we are. But he did more than that. He sought to imagine how we might be, how we could be a country in which everyone belongs, a country characterised by inclusion, belonging and respect. And by putting down these markers, he made an extraordinary contribution to the country that I'm so proud to live in and to represent in this place today. His work carries on in this government by Minister Ali's great work, and right across this nation its imprint is felt. There are many Australians who have many reasons to be grateful for his contribution in that role. The Prime Minister and others have touched upon how he went about his work as Minister for Immigration, and it would be remiss on anyone not to reflect on what an important series of actions he took in the aftermath of the horrors of Tiananmen Square. He combined again a sense of principle, compassion and respect for human rights with a determination to see these principles put into practical effect. And I challenge anyone to think about how our country would be but for that decision made in 1989 and the years following. This is one example of how he carried out a very significant role, and I can say a very challenging role, but also a rewarding role, as others have said. Perhaps the immigration portfolio is unique in that I believe it does contain within it an ex-ministers club, all of whom reflect on the significance and the weight of individual decisions that we have made. Difficult decisions that shape lives and shape communities. And I think in how Nick Bolkus went about that work, he set a standard that all have aspired to follow, but few have emulated successfully. So in touching on those three things, I don't wish to think that his life should be defined by them. However, they have all left a really significant impact on this place and on the lives of all Australians. As others have recognised, Nick Bolkus made an extraordinary contribution to my party, the Australian Labor Party, in South Australia, but around the country. His surname was also remarkable when he entered the Senate. As my friend Steve Georgianis here, I should use that name in this context, knows, our parliament looks and sounds very different today because of the trail that he blazed. Nick Bolkus made a huge impact on behalf of the people of South Australia. He transformed the South Australian Labor Party and opened up my party as a better party of government of the centre-left through his role organisationally and through encouraging so generously a generation of talented politicians, many of whom have made contributions in this debate. As a minister, he changed lives and in many ways changed our country. He deserves to be remembered in this place. But the last point I want to make, again turning back to those who loved him the most, his family, his friends, is to say if we are to pay tribute to a life lived like Nick Bolkus's was, it's not so much the words we offer in tribute to him, it's how we conduct ourselves. Those of us who sit in this place and the other place, how well we follow his example in seeing our country as it is, imagining how it could be better, and seeking to chart a path between those two things. Vale, Nick Bolkus.
Question is that motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Riverina.
It's actually an honour to follow the member for Scullin. They were fine words indeed. And thank you, and I'm sure that Nick Bolkus's family will very much appreciate reading and hearing those words you've just uttered in your speech. And you might find it perplexing to understand why a National Party member is standing to rise to speak on somebody you never met, somebody from the Labor centre-left. But I was reminded when I walked into the chamber by the member for Adelaide, a very good friend of mine, about Nick Bolkus. And Steve Georgianis reminded me that he worked for him for 10 years and said, but for Nick Bolkus, he wouldn't be actually in this place. So Nick Bolkus does have a little bit to answer for, and I say that in all the genuine warmth that it is meant, because Steve and I are great mates. And I know Nick Bolkus was great mates with people across the aisle in the Parliament. And indeed, he was of Greek descent, just like the member for Adelaide and myself. We've both fortunately made sure all the necessary arrangements with the citizenship test are in place such that we are very much Australian and very much have renounced any Greek descent status as it would be that would perhaps prevent us from taking our places here. But as Steve reminded me as well, Nick Bolkus was a good friend of multicultural Australia, was somebody who strove to make Australia a better place. And often when Labor luminaries pass away, I refer to my predecessor, Kay Hull, to see what she thought of them and to get an understanding of the part they played in the Parliament and in the life of Australia. And I messaged Kay yesterday and she said he was a decent person. She said, we did disagree on the South Australian water view. I'm not quite sure how many members of Riverina would ever agree with the South Australian on the water situation, but we always agree to disagree on that in that context. But she said, to be honest, he was a decent backbench senator when I was there. He was so diplomatic and loyal to the Labor Party. She said, I always felt so much respect for how he accepted the fact that he had been overlooked towards the end of his political career, November 2001. He'd served as the Shadow Attorney General. Not an easy position. It really isn't. Shadow Attorney General is one of the toughest jobs in Parliament because you don't get all of the resources that a Cabinet Minister would get. You don't get all of the briefings. You don't get all the departmental help, the staff, the resources, but you are expected as somebody who is making the first law officer of the land accountable, you are expected to be across every legal matter that comes before the Parliament. And also he was Shadow Minister for Justice. And again, it's a complex and intricate and difficult role. But he filled that role with great aplomb. He filled that role with all of the fervour and the gusto that you would expect of someone of Greek descent, where, of course, they invented democracy, didn't they, member for Adelaide? I'm looking for an interjection, yes. I'll just note for Hansard that he's nodded. Indeed, Nick Bolkus took his role very, very seriously, according to Kay. And as she said, He did not have a bad word to say about his party, about anyone. And that, I think, is the measure of the man as well. He was somebody who, as the member for Scullin quite eloquently described, somebody who saw a bigger picture. And when he had the ability to change the country and to make a difference, he took that with both hands and fulfilled that role admirably. And so from somebody whose parents come from, as the member for Adelaide reminded me, the Costa Lazaro, somebody who entered this parliament and gave of his all, certainly from 1981 through to 2005. It's a long career. Not many parliamentarians get 20 plus years in the Senate, in the Parliament, and he made use of every one of those 24 years to make a difference, to make this country a better place. And to that end, we say thank you to the late Senator Nick Bolkus. Thank you for your endeavours. Thank you for your efforts. Condolences, very sincere, heartfelt and genuine condolences to your loved ones, to your family, to your wide circle of friends, particularly in the Greek community, who would be feeling your loss very appreciably. Vale Nick Bolkus, well done.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just a month or two before Christmas last year, I got a call from Nick Bolkus, and he was at an aged care facility actually, and he was struggling, obviously. His voice was barely more than a whisper, but the clarity of what he was saying to me, what he was asking me about, was very much there, despite the difficulty in hearing what he was trying to say. He was interested in the policies that we were implementing. He was asking questions about social cohesion, multiculturalism. He was asking me questions about the new ministry position that I had. He was engaged. He was wise. He gave me some good advice, and he cared. And we are all standing here today to pay our respects in this condolence motion to a man who gave so much of himself in public service, obviously to the state of South Australia, but to the entire nation. And I want to offer my sincere condolences to his wife Mary and his children Aria, Michaela and Nicholas, plus the wider community, the very large community of friends and family that have been touched by the contribution that he's made. And obviously, even just right here beside me, the member for Adelaide, Steve Georgianis, who worked for Nick for 10 years, and now Michaela worked for Steve. The amount of wisdom that I think Steve probably benefited from Nick and his experience in his career, and Nick as a mentor to so many talented politicians, I'll put you in that category, who serve their community, faithfully, and who do everything they can to give people a better life. That was Nick at the national policy level, but also at a community level, at a local level. And we've heard that he was a pioneer of progressive politics. That's certainly the case. The architect of modern multiculturalism, we call him one of the fathers of multiculturalism. That's certainly true. He had a long and distinguished career in politics. He was elected to the Senate in 1980, and his life was a life of public service, literally giving himself to the nation, to his state of South Australia, his beloved South Australia, and to the nation. He actually began his career as a lawyer, we won't hold that against him, before he moved into politics and a great political career. So he served his home state of South Australia, which he loved so much, and he served all of this nation for 24 years, a political career that spanned 24 years. Now, he is known very much for his contribution to modern multiculturalism, but we should not forget that Nick became the first Australian Cabinet Minister of Greek descent. That's a significant step within the context of multicultural Australia. But more than that,
What Nick did as a Cabinet Minister should be remembered and recalled. When Prime Minister Bob Hawke elevated him to the Cabinet, it was as Minister for Consumer Affairs. Now, in that role, he introduced watershed legislation to protect the privacy of Australians from data credit agencies. He also set up the Banking Ombudsman to provide a dispute resolution mechanism for bank customers. He did some really remarkable policy work. Probably, Steve, that was a bit of work that you did when you were working for him, I'm not sure, as an advisor, but it was significant and it made a difference. Nick insisted on protecting all Australians equally and in many respects embodied the Labor values that we hold dear in every role that he held. Now, on the multicultural space, the advocacy that he was known for, obviously coming from a migrant background himself, when he became the Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs, as well as Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Multicultural Affairs, he worked in those roles with compassion, with empathy, but also with practicality. He got things done that were real and tangible. We've heard from previous speakers, Deputy Speaker, the moment when, I think most of Australia knows the history when Bob Hawke, our Prime Minister then, provided refuge to thousands of Chinese citizens in Australia after the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. It was actually Nick who was very much part of that response, that decision. He was, alongside the PM, exceptionally proud of that moment in our history. There was a time back then, which maybe one could argue is not too dissimilar to today, of fear, of division, of people who are deliberately trying to divide us as Australians based on our ethnicity or our backgrounds. And that fear and division could have triumphed at the time, but for decisions like this, but for people like Nick Bolkus, who stood tall, who stood firm against hatred and prejudice, who stood tall and firm for the idea that our diversity is a strength in this country, that regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of who we are, where we come from, what our faith is, that we can embody the Australia that we live in and be part of the Australia that we live in and contribute to the Australia that we love so much. And that is modern multicultural Australia. And Nick stood up courageously and compassionately to do what was right, despite what at the time was a very high political risk. It would have been much easier for Bob and Nick to just fold, go with the polls, go with the loud voices that were at the time sowing that fear, sowing that division. But they said, no, we are going to stand up and do what is right. Morally, ethically, politically. People give politics a bad rap. But when you take political actions like this, the way that Nick did, that is, I think, the core element of politics, our ability to engage in that public space, to make decisions that make a difference to people's lives around us. And Nick very much symbolised, but also practically delivered on that idea of political action. We know he's of a Greek background. He would have claimed, to be the holder of the flame of democracy, given that the Greeks, apparently they invented it. I think that's true, and handed it down. And Nick certainly was someone who was proud of his Greek heritage, proud of the fact that democracy sprung from his homeland, and he carried that torch, he carried that flame with great courage and compassion throughout his political career. He understood that Australians and Australia should be proud and confident in our differences and recognise that multi-faith, multi-ethnic society that he helped build in this nation. It's not just about tolerating others, it's about those democratic values, the democratic participation that he loved so much. It was about social responsibility in doing things for others and contributing. It was about the shared values that bind us together. Even when we might disagree, there are threads that bind us together that make up the society that we cherish so much. He left an extraordinary legacy of dedication, of service and foresight, and will be remembered not just in the Labor Party, but amongst all of us in this place for his service. And I think his spirit lives on in many respects through many of my South Australian colleagues, certainly, but also to all of us in the party and all of us at this place. It was an absolute pleasure to engage with him and for him to give some time to me and advice to me over the many, many years from the beginning of my political career. And I'm sure he was such a great mentor to so many South Australian politicians as well in this place. I'll just say it is so sad to see him go, but he left us with something very, very special, and we'll carry that flame on for him. Rest in peace, Nick.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I get to call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today with deep sadness to acknowledge the passing of former Senator, the Honourable Nick Bolkus. Nick was a towering figure in South Australian public life, a formidable parliamentarian and a man whose contribution to this nation leaves a lasting imprint on the character of our country. And while his public contributions are well known, his private contributions are equally important. He was a much-loved husband to Mary and a father to Nick, Aria and Michaela. He was a colleague and mentor to many in the Labor movement across Australia and particularly SA Labor. And he was a valued friend to many, and I'm lucky enough to be able to count myself as one of those. For many Australians, and particularly for those of us from South Australia, Nick Bolkus was more than a senator. He was a reformer, a strategist, a Labor legend, and above all, a believer in the power of public service to improve lives. Nick was born in Adelaide in 1950 to migrant parents from the island of Castellarizo in Greece, and his parents ran a greengrocer shop in Adelaide's West End. He was educated at Adelaide High School and Adelaide University, a true local. He showed his interest in politics early, fundraising and hand-delivering letters supporting Don Dunstan in 1965 and 1966 at the tender age of 15. And after a brief career as a lawyer, he unsuccessfully ran for the seat of Torrens in 1975 and for Federal Senate in 1977 before being elected as a Federal Senator for South Australia in 1980. Entering Parliament at just 30 years of age, he quickly developed a reputation that would follow him throughout his career. Nick was intellectually sharp, politically courageous, and never afraid to engage in the contest of ideas. His wife, Mary, says he was always certain of his position, and she wondered how it was that two people who were always right ended up married to each other. He understood that democracy is not a spectator sport. It requires conviction, resilience, and a willingness to stand up for what you believe is right, irrespective of the cost. And Nick brought those qualities in abundance. He was a key minister in the Hawke-Keating governments, Minister for Consumer Affairs, Minister for Assisting for Prices, Minister for Administrative Services, but is perhaps best known as Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs. In this latter role, he reviewed the Migration Act, the Australian Citizenship Act, and established the Refugee Review Tribunal. He was instrumental in allowing thousands of Chinese students to remain in Australia after the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. Thousands of lives were changed. At Nick's state memorial service, we heard from Dr. Han Kwok, a professor of haematology from St Vincent's Hospital in Melbourne. She told the story of her father being sentenced to life in prison as a political prisoner in Vietnam after the war, and how her mother fled in fear to Australia as a refugee with two small children. Dr. Kwok was aged 4 at the time. They didn't know if her father was dead or alive, or if they would ever see him again. As a 15-year-old, she wrote to Senator Nick Bolkus. And one day, she answered the phone at her home, and to her great surprise, it was Senator Bolkus. It took a couple of years, but he performed the miracle. He managed to negotiate for her father to be released from prison and deported to Australia. At the state memorial, she showed a photograph of Nick and her father meeting for the first time, her father as a free man. Of course, she and her mother re-met the father that she couldn't remember, having not seen him for the best part of a decade and a half. Her father lived out his years in Australia, and his daughter is now changing the lives of Australians through her clinical research. She spoke of being forever grateful for the compassion and the second chance her family got in this wonderful country thanks to Senator Bolkus. It's impossible to know how many hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Australians whose lives have been changed for the better because of the work Nick Bolkus did in immigration, citizenship, multicultural and ethnic affairs fields. He approached legislation with rigour and seriousness, always conscious that the decisions made within these walls ripple far beyond Canberra into households, workplaces and communities across Australia. But what truly distinguished Nick Bolkus was not simply the positions he held, but the principles that guided him. He believed in fairness, he believed in opportunity, he believed in multiculturalism and that diversity makes us a stronger and greater nation. He believed that government at its best could be a force for dignity, particularly for those whose voices were too often unheard. Those who knew him personally speak not only of his intellect, but of his loyalty and warmth. Politics can be an unforgiving profession, yet Nick forged friendships across factions and across the aisle. The capacity to disagree without disrespect is a lesson all of us in public life would do well to remember. The Nick I knew was sharp, witty, and very, very softly spoken, but you always leant forward to hear what he was saying because it was always worthwhile. Nick died on Christmas Day last year after a long illness that tried his patience. My heart goes out to my dear friend Mary, to Aria, to Michaela, to Nick and to his sister Anna. Nick believed future generations deserve a nation more just, more prosperous and more compassionate than the one they inherited. He was not one who believed in pulling up the ladder after himself, and he demonstrated that through his work and through his life. While political careers eventually conclude, bodies age and memories fade, the impact of public service lives on. It lives on in stronger institutions, fairer laws and expanded opportunities for others. It lives on in the lives of those you have impacted. Nick's legacy lives on in individuals like Dr. Kwok and all the patients she helps, in the SA Labor Party, forever changed by his guidance and support, and in the multicultural Australia he helped shape. Nick Bolkus understood that legacy is not measured in titles, but in the difference one makes, the lives you change. May he rest in peace.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I speak to honour the life and service of a man whose contribution to the Australian Labor Party was profound, enduring and deeply principled, Nick Bolkus. Nick Bolkus was not a loud figure in Australian politics, but he is one who left a lasting impact on this country. A thinker, a reformer, a believer in Labor values, and a man who devoted his life to public service with integrity and quiet determination. Nick entered political life driven not by ego or ambition, but by a belief that government could be a powerful force for fairness and opportunity for everyone. He joined the Labor Party as a young man, and from the very beginning he understood that politics was about fair representation for the people of Australia. He represented South Australia in the Senate with distinction and later served as a minister in the Hawke and Keating governments during one of the most transformative periods in our nation's history. Those were years of big reform, years that reshaped Australia's economy, our education system and our place in the world. And Nick Bolkus was there, working thoughtfully, diligently and often behind the scenes to help make that change possible. As a Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs and later as Minister for Administrative Services, he approached his responsibilities with seriousness and care. He believed that public administration mattered, that institutions mattered, and that the way government treated people said everything about the values it stood for. He had a deep respect for multicultural Australia and a clear understanding that our diversity was not a weakness to be managed, but a strength to be embraced. In every role he held, Nick brought a sense of fairness, balance and intellectual rigour. He was not interested in shortcuts. He believed policy should be well considered, evidence-based and grounded in Labor's enduring commitment to social justice. Nick was also a strong believer in education, both as a policy priority and as a personal calling. Speaker, Nick Bolkus represented a particular kind of Labor figure, one defined by substance rather than spectacle. He did not seek the spotlight. He did it because he believed in the hard work of reform, the patient work of persuasion, and the enduring importance of institutions. Within the Labor Party, he was highly respected, a thoughtful contributor and a colleague who brought reason and principle to every discussion. He believed deeply in party unity and in the idea that Labor, at its best, is stronger when it listens, debates and moves forward together. For many members and colleagues, Nick was also a mentor. He gave advice freely, offered encouragement generously, and was always willing to share his experience with those coming up behind him. That generosity of spirit is one of the great, quiet gifts of public life. In South Australia and across the Labor movement nationally, his passing will be felt deeply, not just because of the offices he held, but because of the values he embodied: decency, thoughtfulness, service. Nick Bolkus acts as a reminder that good government is built on patience, preparation and principle. Speaker, condolence motions ask us to reflect not just on a life lived, but on a legacy left behind. Nick Bolkus leaves a legacy of service, of reform and of belief in the Labor cause, a belief that Australia can be fairer, that opportunities should be shared, and that government, when guided by values, can improve lives. To his family and his friends and all who had the privilege of working with him, I extend my deepest sympathies. To his daughter Aria, I wish you the best of luck in the upcoming South Australian election as the Labor candidate for the seat of Colton. I know you will carry the Bolkus family name with pride while representing the Labor Party, and that your dad's example will continue to guide you as you follow in his footsteps. Nick Bolkus served Australia with honour, he served with the Labor Party with loyalty, and he served the public with integrity. Vale Nick, may you rest in peace.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll get the call from member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it's with great sadness that I stand here today to honour the life of Senator Nick Bolkus, who was a giant in Australian politics, a giant in South Australian public life, and a groundbreaking national leader, a wonderful mentor to me, a friend, a colleague, and someone that taught me so much about politics, and a man whose service left an undeniable mark on the state of South Australia and our nation. And today our condolences go out to his wife Mary, his two daughters Aria, Michaela, his son Nicholas and his sister Anna. And as I said, it was with great sadness that I stand here today. Nick's political rise was marked by a complete determination, intellect and an unwavering belief in the possibilities of public policy. He was elected to the Australian Senate in 1980 as at the 1980 federal election, beginning a remarkable 24-year tenure as one of South Australia's longest-serving senators and ministers. And prior to that, he had worked and assisted many of Labor's greats, like Clyde Cameron, the Industrial Relations Minister in the Whitlam government, Reg Bishop, who was Postmaster General, and many others. He was a natural-born leader, Deputy Speaker. He was empathetic, understanding, and he would always take the time to speak to people and learn and question and probe and just grasp exactly what that particular person was and what he could learn from them, and that happened to everyone he came across. He showed me personally what it was like to represent a community, and gave me. I was lucky to be given a place in his office to work for him, and an opportunity that I will always be grateful for. In fact, I wouldn't be standing in this place as a member of the House of Representatives if it wasn't for Nick's probing and encouraging me to run for a seat back in the late 90s, at the time. And I remember clearly the discussion we had about running for Hindmarsh back in 1998. And I've got to say, if it wasn't for Nick, I wouldn't have made that move. And no doubt, without his support, his encouragement and his guidance throughout, not just those years when I was a candidate and then elected, but continuously right up till recently, I know I wouldn't be here. So I thank him for the opportunity, and I'll always be grateful for that to Nick. Nick was entrusted with some of the nation's most important portfolios. He served as Minister for Consumer Affairs, Minister for Administrative Services, Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs, and Minister assisting the PM for Multicultural Affairs, where he actually helped shape modern multicultural Australia. Then in opposition, he was Shadow Environment Minister and Shadow Attorney General, still contributing to the nation's policies. It was during this period, during the Hawke-Keating era, that made Nick. He made his most considerable and most compassionate and far-reaching decisions, and at the time allowing thousands of Chinese nationals who were in Australia before the 1989 Tiananmen Square issue to remain permanently overnight. He made a decision to grant visas along with their families, and it was a decision rooted in humanity. It gives you an idea of Nick's thought process and his beliefs. This was a decision that he made, as I said, rooted in humanity, moral clarity, and a deep belief in Australia as a nation that stands with those seeking safety and integrity. And Nick was always a supporter of refugees and making the right decision to ensure that people who were without a home and who had fled their nation, their country, whether it be through war, famine, destruction, would always have an opportunity to go through the system here in this nation to be able to be given refuge. And he was a true believer of that. And I think that comes from his background as well. When you look at Nick's history, his parents migrated from a little island in the eastern Aegean called Kastelorizo, which they came out in the mid-20s, 30s, and made a home for themselves, first in Port Pirie, and then they moved to Adelaide, where Nick grew up in the inner city, in Western Adelaide, in West Adelaide, where a lot of his beliefs were grounded and came to fruition through a migrant community in the western suburbs, a very large Greek community in Western Adelaide, Italian community, Lebanese. Nick grew up in that environment, going to Sturt Street Primary and then on to Adelaide High School. But if you look at his background, his parents, who came from this little island who had been occupied by thousands of years, hundreds of years by the Ottoman Empire, seeking freedom, then going to the Venetians and then to the English, people left this island in droves, including his parents. And therefore, he grew up in this environment, understanding what it's like to flee or to leave for a better life. And that formed his beliefs, I believe. Nick was not simply just a minister, he was also a reformer, a thinker, a principled advocate who understood the machinery of government. And I'd had many conversations about him, about these issues and policies, etc. And he used the machinery of government to deliver that meaningful change. And he modernised our consumer protection laws, advanced transparency in political funding, and he strengthened the foundations, of course, of multicultural Australia. And he also achieved a milestone of profound symbolic importance. And this was, Nick Bolkus was the first Greek Australian to serve as a federal cabinet minister. It's not to say that there wasn't other politicians of Greek descent before him, like Senator George Georges and some others, but Nick actually was a cabinet minister. And this was an incredible message, not just to the Greek community, but to many, many migrant communities who had settled in Australia. It showed that as a son of migrants, you could be at the top level, forming policy with outcomes in legislation that benefit the community. For countless families, Greek, migrant, multicultural families, this was a very important message, and we were so proud of him. As a great community, I recall the many times that we went to different events where Bob Hawke, the Prime Minister of Australia, or Paul Keating, or cabinet ministers would come to a great festival, an event of the community, things that just didn't take place prior to that. You would rarely ever, well, never see a Prime Minister at an ethnic event prior to the late 70s, early 80s. So this was a big message saying that, yes, we are a government that respects you, we're a government that honours you, and we're a government that understands your contribution as a migrant to this nation. And Nick had a big influence in influencing leaders of this nation to actually take migrant communities seriously and to take them on board and understand the importance of our multicultural communities. For countless families, as I said, of Greek migrants in Adelaide and all over Australia, it was a huge message, and it said, you belong, your contributions matter, and your story is part of Australia's story. And this is the time when the thinking of Australia changed and we became a truly multicultural nation. Beyond titles and portfolios, Nick was known for his generosity of time, generosity of giving advice, generosity of just catching up and giving you his views and what he thought would be a way forward for any issues or problems that you may have had. This reached out across the political aisles. He was respected as a formidable intellect, a strategic mind, and a man of deep integrity. And when I say he was respected across the aisle here in this place, he was also respected internationally. I visit Greece many times, and Nick was one of the first executive members of the World Hellenic Interparliamentary Association, which is a group of MPs from around the world that are of Greek descent. And this was formed in 1996. Nick was on the very first executive. And through the contacts he had made, every time I visit Greece and I see politicians and have meetings, one of their first questions to me is, how is Nick? How's Nick going? Give him my regards. Especially George Papandreou, former Prime Minister of Greece, and I've met with him on a number of occasions, former Foreign Affairs Minister as well. His first words to me every time I see him in Athens is, how's Nick going? Give him my regards. This is the level of respect that he had internationally. Deputy Speaker, in South Australia, Nick's imprint is absolutely everywhere. In the multicultural institutions that he strengthened, the young leaders that he mentored, the families whose lives were changed by his decisions, and the political landscape he helped shape over 4 decades. And at the heart of Nick's life, of course, was his family. He leaves behind his wife Maria, comrade and friend Mary Patetsos, a respected community leader, and his 3 beautiful children, Nicholas, who is practising law and doing very well in South Australia, Aria, his daughter, who is the candidate for the seat of Colton, and we wish her the very best, and Michaela, who has gone back to legal work but worked in my office for a few years as well. And also all his 3 children share his strategic mind, his deep generosity and his integrity. Today we remember the man who rose from Adelaide's Western Adelaide district to the highest level of national leadership, and a man who championed fairness, dignity, multiculturalism, before those values were widely celebrated, a man who mentored generations, including myself, transformed policy and lived his life in service to others. A man who was a personal friend to many and the leading light for change. South Australia lost a dedicated servant, and Australia has lost one of its great champions.
For an inimitable contribution, I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to honour a former holder of the immigration portfolio, a Labor giant and a personal friend in Nick Bolkus. Nick and I first met at a time that I was working for the Australian Republican movement, and he was the Shadow Attorney General, which I think means I owe Malcolm Turnbull for the first time that I met Nick Bolkus. And back then it was where the Senate was dealing with whether or not there would be a vote for a constitutional convention, which ultimately did happen. We did really well in the convention vote, and then really badly in the ultimate referendum vote. But that was the first opportunity I had to meet with Nick, and then some years later, after I was pre-selected, he remembered the earlier meetings and effectively, to some extent, just adopted me. We were different states, different factions. We got along well, and that was enough. And to now be in a situation where I'm the custodian for this government of one of the portfolios that he advanced so brilliantly for the Hawke government and the Keating government is a really significant honour. When I was first pre-selected, it was Nick who knew parts of my electorate better than I did, even though I'd lived there my whole life. Visits like to St Basil's nursing home. I had myself as a lifelong resident, only having grown up a few kilometres away from a site, being introduced by someone from a different state where the personal relationship that Nick held with people was deep and real and valued. He offered to do a fundraiser for me, and I actually, when I heard that Aria was running in the state parliament, I desperately wanted to go and do a fundraiser for her, but they're not legal in South Australia, so the intention's there, but wasn't able to help Aria in the way that Nick had helped me. But he said to hold a different sort of event because he recognised I was running and the previous speaker, Steve, was running at the same time. And it was the 15th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square decision, the immigration decision. And because it was Nick, we had those students coming, not because it was an event for me, they just wanted to see Nick again. Probably one of the biggest events I've ever held. But the amazing thing was almost everybody just brought flowers. And there was a presentation like you were at a wedding of flowers of student after student wanting to go forward to basically just give a gesture of thanks to Nick Bolkus. And if you think about how significant it was for them, of course the protests themselves with the tanks coming down were students. And therefore, to be a student in Australia at the time, people were really scared. That decision from the Hawke government was life-changing for them and fundamentally a good thing for Australia to do and a real part of nation building. In opposition, as Attorney General, as Shadow Attorney General, during the Howard government's changes to native title, he played the leading role in what to this day is still the longest ever debate in the Senate. It went for more than 100 hours, although that was largely Nick's fault because 900 of the amendments had been moved by himself. I've always had a large section of the, a large Greek community within my electorate. Boundaries have changed, but there's always been a big Greek community. No one should underestimate the extent to which Nick Bolkus is loved. Absolutely loved and admired. And it's not simply because of the story that he tells, the story of being the first Greek Australian to serve in cabinet is, of course, that's huge. Being the son of Greek migrants who came to Australia between the two world wars, travelling in steerage for a months-long journey, of course that matters, but it also was just the values and decency of the man. Because of the nature of elections and Senate timetables, it means there was a brief window of just over 6 months when I was in the same caucus as Nick Bolkus when I was first elected, as the Senate time started to wind down.
Order. A division has been called for in the House, and so proceedings will be suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. No, sorry, not that question. We're doing this question. Of course, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll begin my remarks by extending my condolences to Nick Bolkus' wife Mary, to his children Aria, Michaelia and Nicholas, and to his sister Anna. Deputy Speaker, when you're speaking last on a condolence motion, there's not much left to be said, especially having listened to the contributions of all my colleagues here in this place over the last day or two, where I believe that they all have beautifully summed up Nick's life. I wasn't able to get to the funeral service for Nick at the Greek Orthodox Church, otherwise known as the Cathedral of Archangels, Michael and Gabriel, in Adelaide on the 21st of January because Parliament here was sitting. But I was able to get to the State Memorial on the 22nd of January at the Alan Scott Auditorium in the Hawke Building of Adelaide University. And again, the collective contributions there on the day, beginning with Daniela Ritorto, Premier Peter Malinauskas, former Deputy Premier John Rao, Mary, Aria and Michaela, and then the Minister for Health's contribution also in this chamber yesterday, I believe perfectly encapsulate the life of Nick Bolkus and the person he was. The husband, the father, the friend, the politician, and the community man that so many others have spoken about in their contributions about him. The number of people who were at the Alan Scott Auditorium State Memorial Service also provided a glimpse of the respect that Nick was held in by people from across the country. The number and diversity of people who had come to know him and the impact on the lives that he had had on them was well on display on the day by the presence of those people. I first met Nick Bolkus shortly after the dismissal of the Whitlam government, when I took a job working as research officer to Senator Jim Kavanagh. Nick was then working for Clyde Cameron. The federal MPs and senators at the time predominantly worked on the 15th floor of the AMP building, which was located directly across the road from the State Parliament House. The senators and members had their offices up there, but the staff of the federal representatives was located in a shared room where I, Nick, Paul Holloway and Malcolm Dixon also worked. Paul working for Ralph Jacoby, the then member for Hawker, and Malcolm Dixon working for Senator Reg Bishop. And Nick, as I said, was working for Clyde Cameron. Within that shared space, there was a private office. And not surprisingly, Nick Bolkus took the private office. He was the most senior of all of us at the time, but he took the office, and I'd see him every day as we worked effectively alongside each other. What was noticeable, that Nick didn't seem to do a lot of work as a research officer, but in fact spent most of his time networking with people within the political system and outside of it, building relationships with MPs, with community leaders, with business people, and whomever else he was able to do so. In fact, it'd be fair to say that I can rarely recall Nick without the phone glued to his ear. Such was his interest in trying to make connections with people in and around the state and interstate as well. What was also interesting about him was that at the time, whilst he was a young person, every Friday the MPs would come back from Canberra, and people like Reg Bishop, Jim Toohey, Mick Young, sometimes Senator Don Cameron, Clyde's brother, and state members Jack Wright and Jeff Virgo, who were considered to be some of the more influential MPs of the day. And my friend, the member for Adelaide, would probably remember many of those MPs, would gather for lunch at one place or another. And I assume, and I'm pretty sure, that at those lunch meetings they would try to sort out the issues of the country and the internal issues of the Labor Party. But yes, Chinatown and Highley Street was a popular venue for him. But it was interesting that Nick was already embraced by that group so early in the piece. And my view is that they embraced him because they saw the qualities in him that would make him a future leader, and they were absolutely right. They backed him, and he ended up as a senator in this place in 1981 after having been elected in the 1980 election. In 1981, Senator Jim Kavanagh, who I worked for, retired, and so my connection with Nick somewhat became more distant after that. He was elected to the Senate. I went back into my own private life and so on. But we always kept in touch, and it wasn't until pretty much the time that I got elected to this place that we once again, you might say, came together and regularly contacted each other over a whole range of matters. The interesting thing about Nick's career is that he went on to being a minister, and again, as the member for Adelaide pointed out, the first Greek person to become a cabinet minister, which in its own right was a huge achievement. But he was someone that was absolutely committed to policy work. And I'm pleased that the Minister for Home Affairs, in his remarks before they were cut short, touched on his contribution to Indigenous land rights, and in particular the debate that took place after the Mabo decision in the High Court, where there was legislation brought into the Parliament. And subsequently there was also the debate in terms of amendments to land rights when the Howard government took office. As someone who had taken an interest in land rights, because former Senator Jim Kavanagh, who I worked for, was in fact the first minister to bring in legislation relating to land rights into this Parliament, I listened with interest to that very long debate that took place when Labor was in opposition and there were amendments to Land Rights Act. And I have to say, yes, it was a long debate, but again, Nick Bolkus played a leading role in that debate, as he did in the debate when, under Paul Keating, when Labor introduced legislation following the Mabo decision. It's one of the achievements of Nick that has not been given, I believe, sufficient airing and for which he has been given sufficient credit for. And whilst we talk about multiculturalism and his contribution to that, which I entirely agree with, and I concur with all the remarks that have been made about that, he also contributed immensely to the Indigenous land rights issues in this country. And that shouldn't be overlooked, because it did set a precedent and a pathway for Indigenous land ownership that we still have until this day. In his later, when he left politics, I would occasionally catch up with Nick, and again, his interest in politics never waned. Not only his interest, but quite frankly, he was someone who could read the political winds so well. He was someone that you would take advice on because you knew that he understood politics and he understood what the likely consequences of different decisions were. And I have to say, it was always a pleasure to catch up with him just to see his insights into what might lie ahead. And we would do that quite regularly. In fact, when I had Lindsay Tanner, who was then the Finance Minister after my election to this place in 2007, come out to my electorate to do a community forum, I had Nick as the MC, again because of his interest in politics, but also his ability to perhaps elicit the right questions that the public might want to hear and the people that were attending might want to hear, and also his ability to be able to contribute to the forum responses that might be there. Lindsay himself was so well known, and it was just great to have the two of them there together, because they both worked with each other, knew each other, and it was an asset for me to have the both of them there. Subsequent to that, as I said, I'd keep in touch with him, but in later years, of course, Nick's health started to decline. And when he went into the nursing home in 2019, I would visit him. Regrettably, because of COVID, the visits had to be stopped for a while, but once the restrictions were lifted, I'd still go back and visit him. And I watched him deteriorate physically over that time. I'd take him outside of the centre, and we would go down to the local shopping centre, to a nearby shopping centre, and I'd take him down there for a coffee and we would again talk politics. And even though he was physically almost unable to, feed himself or drink his coffee, his mind was as sharp as it was from the day I met him. Again, he was someone that you could ask for advice about what is likely to happen, who could read the political winds, as I said earlier, and that never ever left him. In his time here at this place, I know that he developed the friendship with a lot of the MPs. And I'm talking about friendships that were life-lasting. And it was so good to see at the memorial service people like Laurie Brereton, Warren Snowden and Brendan O'Connor who came along, and who Nick would often, when he was reminiscing about his time in this place with me, would often mention them as being partners in whatever else he was doing. The late Simon Crean was another, and I know Simon would have been there had it not been for the fact that he couldn't be there because he passed away himself. But Simon was another person that I know Nick would speak so highly of. Deputy Speaker, everything's been said about his contribution to public life and the examples of the people that he helped, and I'm not going to go over all of that. But I say this about him. He was a person who, like all of us, came into this place wanting to make a difference, and he did. And he made a difference in this place. He made a difference back in South Australia in particular, where he was an influential leader within the Labor Party. He made a difference within his own Greek community, who the member for Adelaide referred to his international contacts and so on. And he made a difference to people's lives right from people overseas, and again there were examples given of that. And he did so always committed to and always being a true believer and a faithful member of the Labor Party. Even when he left this place, and he didn't leave under his own decision, but even when he left this place, he never turned his back on the Labor Party or the people that he had got to know over the years. And I'll finish with this observation about Nick. I knew him for most of my life. In all that time, I can never once recall him raising his voice. Not once. Not within the chamber, not without the outside of the chamber. He was always quietly spoken, very placid, very considered in everything he said. So to Nick, I say, Nick, thank you for your leadership, thank you for your friendship, thank you for what you did for the people of Australia, and may you rest in peace.
Yeah.
Thank you for that contribution. I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
I move that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour. I put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business statements. Further statements in relation to Joel Luch-Joncheski.
And I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's with great sadness that I rise here today to pay my condolences to our Luch. No one in this place does their job alone, especially in Parliament House. Some of us are lucky enough to spend enough time in this place to get to know a lot of people behind the scenes. And I say behind the scenes, but for all of us, Luch stood out. He was someone who had the heart and soul of our Parliament really close to his heart. He was ever the professional. He carried out his role with pride and with really good humour. And he was a big personality. He was a friendly face who cared deeply. And when I learned of his passing, it came as a shock, and I know it came as a shock to many people across this Parliament, both elected officials and all of the people who work in this building. He was someone who was so full of life. Luch-Joncheski from Jerrabombra. He served Parliament and its members for 4 decades, always with a smile on his face, always bringing a bit of fun and humour to a place that can be short on it a lot of the time. He'd offer you water and he'd say it's on the house. He'd greet me every single sitting day with a, "How's my local member today?" He'd sneak in a chocolate and he'd do so from within the sleeve of his coat. And he'd always chat to me about his beloved Queanbeyan City Football Club. He'd ask for his birthday card and his Christmas cards to be delivered personally, and I always obliged. It's been really interesting talking to so many other people across this building because everyone has a personal story or a connection with Luch just like that. His daily quip to the Speaker of the House at the opening of Parliament every day: "Let's do this, Mr. Speaker." He was comfortable speaking with Prime Ministers, with opposition leaders, with members from all political persuasions, and he helped each and every person in this building. His work here was diligent. He was diligent in his job because he had a deep respect for the institution that he served, and he had an existential belief in the proper running of our democracy. So, Luch, it was a privilege to be your local member. It's something I'll always cherish. A couple of weeks ago in that extraordinary sitting of Parliament, I'm sure I wasn't alone when I came in and was looking around and found it quite weird that he wasn't actually in the chamber. And I'm sure it's going to be a habit that's hard to shake for many of us because Luch was the very best of us. He was a friend to a lot of people. He was a genuinely good man. He cared for others, and he's going to be really missed in this place. So my sincere condolences to his family and friends, to the many members of the Macedonian community, of which Luch was a really, really proud member. These halls will not be the same without you, but we are forever indebted to your memory. Vale Luch.
Thank you for that contribution. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few days ago, I actually got up to give my speech for our dear friend Luch in this place because I was fearful that listening to the contributions of others I would struggle to keep myself together, and may I say I delivered in spades. I was a burbling, sobbing mess. But today I hope to tell some of the fun stories of Luch, and after all I can't cry in front of the member for Canning. I would never live that down. But as I went to give my speech a couple of days ago, I actually reached out to Luch's colleagues and I said, if there's anything you'd like me to say on your behalf, to read it in the record for Hansard forever, then I'm very happy to do that. And so here are some of the reflections of his friends and colleagues in the messages to Luch. I'm mindful many of them will be watching their office, some of them are here with us today. Here's the first one. This one's from Raf. Everybody knows Raf. Raf's been around forever, and I didn't know that Raf's official title is Messengerial Attendant. I assume that's what Luch was too. So Raf said, I first met Luch when I joined the Messengerial Services team a number of years ago. It was clear to me right from the start that he was well respected and much loved. It didn't take me long to realise that he was a bit of a legend throughout Parliament House. He was a trusted source of information and people would seek out his counsel. He was often a steady hand that provided calm reassurance. One of the things I admired about him was that he didn't have tickets on himself. He was a down-to-earth kind of guy who was pretty happy and so grateful for his lot in life. He was the longest-serving member in the Department of the House of Representatives, and he had a vast amount of experience and knowledge in the functioning and operations of this place, all of which he was willing to share with you, and I've learnt so much from him in my relatively short time here. Raph, it feels like forever. Luch was a wonderful colleague who brought much joy and humour to this place. He took his role seriously, but he also loved a chat and a joke behind the scenes and occasionally from the centre stage of the chamber. I will always cherish the many laughs and good times we shared. He was a wonderful workmate and friend, and it was a privilege to have worked with him. I will miss the larger-than-life character, along with his trademark smile and booming laugh. Rest in peace, my friend. And there's another one from Messengerial Phil. I love the way they sign them off. Luch was the... I'm going to have to wear my glasses for this one. Luch was a font of knowledge in the Reps Chamber back office. Whenever he had answered a clarifying question from a colleague, he would then usually add, "What are you going to do when I'm gone?" Or, "What will you do without me?" Unfortunately, Luch was taken from us too soon, and we are left trying to work out what we are going to do without him. We will all miss you, Luch. From one of my own staff members, we all love Luch in our office precisely because, as the member for Eden Monera would say, he'd always come around at Christmas time, my birthday, his birthday, any excuse for another photo, and indeed another card. And so Unity Patterson, my team, said, "He made me feel like my contribution to this building was as valuable and as essential as any other person in any other office, and to me that reflects democracy." He insisted on showing me the pirogue personally when Parliament dissolved, something I'd never forget, because he reminded me how genuinely incredible a peaceful dissolution and an election is. People just rush past this inconspicuous document on this inconspicuous stand on their way to do this or that, but Luch was so proud. I would have done the same if it wasn't for him, and it really reframed how I entered that last election. How lucky we are to have democracy sausages as a hallmark of our election, not violence, and that Luch's pride is what sustains us. It's not really luck after all. He was so proud of the functioning of this building, connecting the dots and people to get the best outcome, whether that was a piece of mail, a piece of advice, or just a feeling of inclusion. He was always worried about people's well-being, and he was genuinely interested in the humans that made up this building. People like him are the reason that these institutions stay strong, as he reminds those who work in it, when the stakes are so high and the stress is so great, and it all starts to feel not real, of the human stories that make up our democracy and our country. And from my friend Annabelle Crabb, who had featured Luch in her series on the House back in 2017. She says, "Of all the parliamentary denizens we interviewed for our documentary series, The House, Luch captured better than any what the spirit of this place can be when it listens to its better angels. He was courteous, respectful, charming, industrious, and observant to a fault. I will never forget the wonderful sight of Luch reporting to Mike Hughes's office at the beginning of a sitting week to have Mike do his tie. They would never let me film this little ritual, but it's always stuck in my mind. Towering Mike and modest Luch, preparing solemnly for another week in a place whose purpose and significance is far greater than that of any individual. It is a great honour for Australians that such a man both helped to assemble the bricks and mortar of this place and then contributed an infallible humanity to its democratic function." In my interactions with Luch over the years, every single one of these stories was brought to life. It was one day when we were threatened with a Saturday sitting, and I said, "Luch, can you remember when it was that we sat on a Saturday?" And here came the response. It was back when Kevin 07, Mr Rudd, was PM, and Mr Randall got a cardboard cutout of Mr Rudd and brought it into the chamber that morning. And I said, "Oh my goodness, and before that?" "Well, I think that was when we were doing Mabo, the Stolen Generation legislation, but I will confirm tomorrow." And he followed up with an Excel spreadsheet of exactly when we'd sat on a Saturday. I don't even know how he did it. Luch, as we know, was famous for sneaking chocolates in the drawers of some of his favourites. It didn't always work well. I do remember once I was chomping down on a flake. Why would he put flakes? Honestly, that is the least appropriate thing to put in the drawer when it's illegal to chew anything in the chamber. But anyway, he gave me a flake once. And I was talking to the member from McNamara who'd come around for a chat, and I looked down and I said, "Oh dear, Josh, there's a problem." And he said, "What?" I said, "I've had a choc explosion on my pants." And he looked down and he said, "There's no recovering from that." I said, "I know, I don't quite know what to do." Anyway, it turns out we have leather on the seats down there where the chocolate goes. Luch must have known, and that's why he gave me a flake. But there was another instance where I said, "Luch, my goodness, I've had a mini crunchy choc explosion in my drawer. How do I deal with this disaster?" "Leave it with me," says Luch. The next day, the crunchy explosion was gone, and there were more to replace them. Luch was an avid follower of politics. I actually think he knew more about politics than most of us. At the last election, he would send text messages every few days, checking in on the count and making sure that I was going to be okay. And then came good wishes for Easter, and then came good wishes for promotions. He signed off every text message Luchalicious, which I'd one day called him. He seemed to like it, and so he stuck with it. There was one day in the campaign where we'd run out of all the money that we had, and we ran out of stamps, but I knew there was about 40 stamps somewhere in the office here. Luch broke in, got the stamps, stuck them in a package and sent them down to Melbourne. He went far and beyond for all of us to make democracy work, and he was so proud of his time here. He sent me a photo of the poly class we all do when we first get elected. And when I looked at it carefully the other day, I realised the reason he sent me that one is because Luch is in the attendance box watching over us for the future. My great regret is that I actually missed my last Christmas photo with him. He'd said to me, "Can we do the Christmas photo?" I said, "Yes, yes, yes," but the end of the year was so crazy and so busy. There's one person I want to thank who's one of the silent angels in this building. On New Year's Day, I received a message from the member for Fadden. He says, "I just need to tell you that we've lost Luch." And I was shocked and I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, absolutely. Leanne, the former attendant, wanted you to know specifically." I don't know Leanne, but I know she's one of the angels of the architecture of this building. And wherever you are, Leanne, I say thank you. I sat with the news of Luch's loss for a day, and then I wrote an ode to him on Facebook. And then I observed Luch's last great gift to democracy. 300,000 people read that post, thousands engaged with it, and hundreds of people commented. And it was obvious that through the story of this wonderful, humble and humorous man, so dedicated to this place, that Luch had restored their faith and hope and belief in democracy itself. And so I leave you with the final words of Luch's family, so raw and yet so formal, as was our man Luch. The Joncheski family extends their sincere gratitude for the kind words shared and for recognising the positive impact his presence in Parliament had on many, all of whom he regarded as family.
I thank the member. Are there any statements? I call the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I think the fact that so many of us in this place are actually speaking on a condolence motion for an attendant in this building says a lot about the person that Luch was and just the esteem in which we held him. He had been a constant in my journey here in Parliament. I've now been a member for over 18 years, and every day I've turned up, Luch has been in the building. Every day he has anticipated my needs and the needs of the other many members of the Federal Parliament in the House of Representatives chamber. Everybody here, when we talked about the sudden loss of Luch, was shocked. Everybody was saddened, but everybody had such wonderful anecdotes to share. And talking to my colleagues about those anecdotes, about those stories, about what made Luch so special, a few themes come through. One, of course, was the great dedication to his job and the important role in which it played in our democracy and how proud he was of it. One was his sense of humour and that great smile and the little smirk he would give as he made his jokes. The other, of course, was his industriousness, as he always made sure and he understood how this building worked, and he made sure it worked as well as it possibly could. He was so proud of his role in it. And as we heard from others, it didn't matter whether he was talking to fellow attendants, clerks, people that work in this building, or whether he was talking to prime ministers, treasurers, leaders of the opposition. Every single one of us, Luch made feel important, and he took time to engage with all of us equally. None of us were more important than anybody else, and nor are we. But the fact that Luch saw that, understood it, and treated us all equally, I think says a lot about Luch as a human being. And to Luch's family and friends, I hope that our stories, that our condolences give them some comfort as they deal with the sudden loss of a loved one. Sudden loss can be incredibly difficult, but certainly the stories and the esteem in which we held him in this place hopefully will help heal some of that pain. I was talking to our Chief Government Whip today, and we remembered through COVID how hard the attendants and the people in this building worked to make sure that our Parliament could continue to sit. And Luch, we called him our official greeter. Every day he would tick us off and make sure that all of those that needed to be here in terms of the reduced quorum in this place were here to be able to make sure that Federal Parliament could continue to function and the government could continue to function, and that we would together work to make sure that Australians got the support they needed during what was an incredibly difficult time for our nation and indeed the globe. And Luch had an important role in that, like everybody else did, as part of that democracy and the institution of democracy in which he took such great pride. It was very lovely to meet his family yesterday and to pass on my condolences. And like many others, I'm sure, I was shocked that they knew my name. and engaging with them. And I recall very fondly each year at the end of the year, I would bring gifts up for the attendants from my electorate at Tasmanian Fudge. And I always brought them up, and still do every Christmas, and I would try and find Luch or some of the attendants, and Luch was always making sure that everybody got their share of the little token Christmas gift that I was bringing to say a big thank you for all of the work that the attendants and the people in this building do to make our jobs so much easier. He was always thinking about others, but clearly some of those made it home with my little thanks from Julie Collins on it, because the family knew who I was. So I think that says a lot about Luch too. He was also taking them home for his family and friends to enjoy a little gift from Tassie that I made sure that I brought to this building to make sure that he and the other people that work in this building understood that we do value what they do in this place, that it's important and that it matters. And to all of those for whom Luch's life matters, there are many, many people in this building for whom Luch's life mattered. So we share with you in your grief. We hope that our stories and anecdotes give you some comfort at a time of sudden loss, and we wish you and your family all the very best as you deal with this sudden loss. Thank you. Farley Luch.
Thank you for your contribution, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it's not very often that you get to rise in this place and on the passing of someone who works in this place brings all of us together. And that's what Luch has done. Lupko Jonsetsky, I didn't know that was his full name. I used to call him Luciano after Luciano Pavarotti because I wanted to be different to everybody else and call him Luch. But Luch was the kind of gentleman, and I use the term gentleman in its truest sense, that had the ability to make everybody feel as though you're the only person in the room. And when he's operating in a room as the attendant of 150 people, many of whom have probably pretty high opinions of themselves, Luch had that ability just to make everybody feel special. And it's really quite remarkable to stand here and listen to the Minister and the member for Flinders and many other speakers, whether they've been here for 5 minutes or 25 years, to listen to their stories. Because I thought I was the only one who had a really good relationship with Luch. And that was the nature of the man, that he had that kind of relationship with so many other people. I remember working very closely with Luch when I was the Speaker of the House, and listening to the current Speaker talking yesterday. He used the same jokes with me, but being the Speaker of the House of Reps is a very stressful job. Most people would have absolutely no concept of how stressful it was, and is. But Luch, every single day, was a voice of reason, of calmness, of good humour and good sense. And it was his ability to be able to lighten the mood in what can be sometimes a very difficult working environment. I will always remember Luch for that. I don't know how it came to be because, of course, we can't take photos in the House of Representatives, but somehow a photo was taken of Luch and I. We were the only ones in the chamber. The House wasn't sitting at the time. I was, I think it was in between sitting weeks. It was after the election that we'd lost. I think it was probably the last day or the last day before I handed the baton over to the current Speaker. And it's this great photo of me on the floor of the House of Reps, and Luch is standing in the seats, looking over me, looking like he's giving me a lecture. And of course, nothing could be further from the truth. But I'll cherish that photo because Luch was a true gentleman, and an inspiration to me and clearly to everybody else that he touched in this place. And I thought it was really interesting to hear the Prime Minister talk about Luch yesterday. To go from, this is a gentleman who worked in the employ and the service of our great democracy for more than 40 years, but to have worked, in fact, the longest serving employee in the Department of House of Representatives is no small feat. But to have worked down the hill at Old Parliament House, then come up here and worked as a labourer in the construction of this great, magnificent building, and then to once again to be working in this building since 1988, serving democracy, serving us all, not just the people who have the privilege of being in here, but serving the nation in the way that he did. As a former carpenter and joiner, that really struck a note with me. That's what's great about this country, that a man from Macedonian background can come here, whether it's working as an attendant or whether it's working as a labourer on a building site, 40 years later have so many members of the House of Representatives standing up and talking about how great this man was is a testament not just to Luch, not just to his family, but to our country. Because Luch, they don't make them like Luch anymore. And that's really sad to say. But Luch was a man of what I would regard great integrity, good humour. He treated everybody the same, whether it was the Prime Minister or the newest backbencher. And the Prime Minister's, what he said yesterday was very true. He would often just bring you a glass of water and say, "That's on the house, sir." And it was a terrific sense of humour, a good man. I had the privilege of working very closely with his daughter Jess, who worked in this building. And Jess served on the Secretariat of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which I had the privilege of being the Deputy Chair of in the last Parliament and a bit for this. And I know that he was immensely proud of you, Jess. I told you that yesterday. I know you've gone on and gone on to perhaps bigger and better things now, but he was incredibly proud of you for the work that you're doing and have done for this country. And I just wanted to put that on the record, because he and I would often talk about the great work that you did for the committee, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So to Luch's family, to Jess, of course, to his wife and kids, thank you for sharing Luch with the Australian people for so many years, for more than 4 decades. We are richer for having worked with Luch. The country is richer for it. Our democracy is richer for it. And I want to thank you all for sharing him with us. This place will never be the same. When I heard that he died, I couldn't believe it. Not Luch. Like, seriously? No, not Luch. He's still a young man. And I think I was a bit shell-shocked then. But his legacy will live on, and for the attendants that are here, I I would encourage you to take a leaf out of his book. Use his phrase. That one's on the house, Mr. Hasty, or try and emulate that success, that spirit of Luch. I don't know what we do for him as an institution, but we should not just remember him in this sense, which is very important, but I think we should do something a little bit more as well, because I think he's a terrific example of what our democracy is all about what our country is all about, that we're a migrant country, and we should continue to celebrate that for all the riches that people bring to this country from their different cultures and faiths. But I'm probably rambling now, but Vale Luch, you were a good man, you were a great man, and thank you for your service.
Thank the member for the contribution, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay my respects to Luca Janceski, known to all of us simply as Luch, and to extend my deepest condolences to his family. It is an honour to speak about a man who meant so much to this place and to the people within it. When we returned to this place at the start of the year, many of us felt Luch's absence immediately. In a place that is defined by change, by elections and by people coming and going, Luch was a constant. He was always here, always ready and always doing his job with care, dignity and good humour. Luch served this parliament for over 4 decades, and he did so with an extraordinary sense of pride in the institution. Deputy Speaker, as the Prime Minister noted, his story is deeply connected to this building itself. From working in Old Parliament House to labouring on the construction of this parliament to then serving here as a parliamentary attendant, Luch quite literally helped build and sustain the People's House, and that is a legacy that very few can claim. What set Luch apart, however, was not just his long service, but the way he treated people. He treated everyone equally, regardless of seniority, portfolio or party. He just had an instinctive understanding of procedure and ceremony, and he carried out his duties with efficiency, courtesy and with warmth. He managed to be both highly professional and genuinely kind, and that combination earned him respect across the chamber. Many members will remember moments of nerves or pressure when Luch would quietly appear with a glass of water. You never had to ask, he had already noticed. It was a small gesture, but one that captured his thoughtfulness and his attention to others. He understood that this place can be demanding, and he took it upon himself to look after people in practical and very human ways. For me, Luch was a familiar presence over a very long time. I had known Luchy for 35 years. During my time here as a staffer and as an MP, he would always ask me about my home in Wollongong. He loved the Gong, and he never missed an opportunity to ask how things were going there, what was happening in the community, and how people were travelling back home. And that genuine interest in people's lives beyond this building was part of what made him so very special. He often asked me about my predecessors, Sharon Bird and Stephen Martin, and spoke warmly about them. Sharon Bird shared with me, "It was always such a pleasure to come back to Canberra and be greeted by his friendly smile, chat about the Gong and enjoy his little jokes." And Stephen Martin, a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, described Luch as a champion person, a true gentleman, friendly but efficient in all my close working relationships with him during my parliamentary career and even on those occasions that I returned to Canberra. Those words reflect how deeply Luch was valued across generations of members in this place. Like the Speaker, I shared familiar exchanges with Luchy in the attendance room near the chamber, where we bantered about who would get the lectern, who would get the water. He would insist on doing it. I would say, "Luchy, I'm going to do it," and he could relax. And he would say, no, he was going to do it every time. It was said lightly, but it reflected his very deep sense of responsibility and his pride in his work. Luch loved this place, and he loved the people who worked within it. He was a gentleman in the truest sense of the word, not because of formality, but because he looked for ways to help others, to treat everyone with respect, and to do his job well and without fuss. His passing has left a real void in this parliament, and I really did not want to walk into the attendance room at the start of this year and not see him here, and not get a chance to banter about who gets the lectern. But his legacy lives on in the memories, the kindness and the care that he showed to generations of members, of staff and of visitors. On behalf of all of us, I extend my heartfelt sympathy to Luch's family. May he rest in peace.
I thank the member for her contribution and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just think about this. Condolence motions are usually reserved for royalty, for world leaders, for ministers of the Crown, and now Luch. Luch. I mean, what a national icon he is, in life and in death. Lupko Luch Jonceski, 59 years young. And like the member for Fisher, I was shocked and saddened when I learnt of his death, and learnt it from Zoe Mackenzie's Facebook page, actually. I just stunned. I think we all were. He had such a wonderful life. He'd packed so much into those 59, and I'll say short years, because he left us all too soon, all too suddenly. Now, there are thousands upon thousands of people who come to Parliament House to work. Thousands. Every day. Doesn't matter whether the place is sitting or whether it's in recess. And I can think of 4 who are universally loved and, moreover, universally known by all of us. And they are, in no particular order, Bridget Bull, who is the barista at Aussie's Cafe. And then there's Maria Lupchik and her sister Anna, the cleaners. Those well-known cleaners who always have a cheery smile, sometimes a cuddle and a kiss for the MPs. And aren't they fantastic? What an amazing duo. And then there was Luch, universally loved and respected and known. And now the Parliament stops to honour his memory, a right usually only reserved for somebody really important. But you know, Luch was important, and he was important to each and every one of us because he made our jobs easier. He made our lives better. And he was a builder, and we know that he helped build this place. And later on, when his labouring days were over and he became a greencoat, he built relationships. He built relationships across the aisle. We didn't even know that he was doing it, but he did. And the last time I saw Luch, I was dressed up as Elvis Presley. I was. We had our 70s, 80s dress-up theme night, as the Nationals, only the Nationals could do. And Luch spotted me in my powdered blue sequin suit, and he made a beeline for me because he wanted a picture with me. And we did the old Elvis thing, and I was a little bit tardy in sending him the picture. It took me about 10 minutes, and Luch was straight on the phone. I want that picture. I need that picture. He was somebody whose smile, no matter how bad a day you were having, on some of your worst days in politics, Luch was there, and he was always smiling. He was always wanting to gee you up and make you feel good about yourself, and make you feel good about the fact that you were here in the people's house. You were here representing the nation and representing your electorate. And like the member for Cunningham, I too shared in Luch's his want, his need to know about your electorate, your people. And I attended his Monday 12 January service, his funeral, at Queanbeyan's Macedonian Orthodox Church of the Prophet Elijah. And I got there early. I could not believe the throng of people. It's only a little chapel, it's only a little church, but I was astounded by the number of people who turned up at that service. And I was one of the lucky ones to be inside the church. I felt a bit guilty, but I was dragged in there by someone who felt they that I should be in there. And there were a few parliamentarians there, and I must admit I didn't understand the whole service. It was done in the native tongue, but the eulogies were very special. They were done in English as well, and they described a man who was a wonderful human being, who was, and we all saw him just as somebody who we thought we owned, but he was more than that. He out in his Macedonian community. He was a sports follower. He was somebody who, like here, he had an infectious way about him, but he was a family man as well. He was a husband, he was a father, and his family just adored him, as you can understand. But so did the entire community who turned up at that service. A bigger service than probably most of us will get, and deservedly so. He ran the green-coated attendance with good humour, with professionalism and with aplomb. Nothing was ever too hard for him to do, nothing was too menial. He would do anything for you. He treated everyone the same, from the Prime Minister of the day to the newly minted backbencher. And everybody loved him for his trademark smile, his happy disposition and his wisdom. He didn't clean your office like the two sisters, he didn't make your coffee like Bridget. But what he brought to this place and to each and every member was his love, his care, his support, his friendship. And he was a stalwart. Hundreds upon hundreds of MPs had benefited from his more than 40 years of experience, his wisdom, and him just being Luch. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, the member for Oxley, he described Luch as his main man. And when Luch passed away, I contacted the Speaker, and he said to me that every time Luch saw me, each time we walked to the Mesa, he opened the door, he always said, "Let's do this, Mr. Speaker." It was a little thing, but as the Speaker said, it made him laugh. And this is Milton Dick. I saw how kind he was to every new member. What a hero. Too true, Mr. Speaker, too true. Such a generous soul, such a generous soul. We mourn his loss. The place, as the member for Fisher said, will not be the same without him. It would be nice to think that we could do something for him, maybe name the attendance room in his honour, something that would honour his memory. I did go into the attendance room just before question time on the first day back here on Tuesday for the parliamentary year, apart from the January sitting, the extraordinary January sittings we had, and I offered my condolences to the attendants, and I do so again now because I know how each and every one of you would be feeling, because he was a special person. It's like losing the mentor who you've known and loved and respected. And I say again how what an extraordinary human being, the fact that the Parliament of Australia can stop, can grind to a halt, and we all as one rise in our places, offer him the respect he deserved, and then give speeches for his passing. Who else would get that but Luch? He'd be looking down on us now. He'd be almost annoyed at the fuss. He'd be humbled by it. But in his own special way, he'd quite, I think, enjoy the fact that he was being honoured in this way, because he was gregarious, and he was a great people person. May he rest in peace. We love you, we honour you, and we miss you dearly. Vale Luch.
I thank the member for Riverina, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today with a very heavy heart to mark the passing of Luchko Jonchensky, known to many of us in this place as Luch. For more than 4 decades, Luch dedicated his working life to service in the Australian Parliament. His contribution may not always have been visible to the public, but his presence and work strengthened the way this place functioned every single day. I was fortunate to share a very special bond with Luch, one that was deepened by my role as the chair of the Parliamentary Friendship Group for the Republic of North Macedonia. Luch was incredibly proud of his Macedonian heritage, and he shared that pride very generously with me. He loved teaching me Macedonian words, so every morning he would say good morning to me and how are you? And speaking with such great affection about his culture, his religion, his community, and also his family. When I was first elected, everything felt new and everything was overwhelming. I felt nervous in the House sometimes, but somehow Luch always knew. He would quietly bring me a glass of water. He knew exactly how I liked my glass of water with no ice. And he would say to me, Miss Fernando, pretend it's vodka, just to make me laugh and settle my nerves. It was such a small gesture, but it meant so much to me. Those little moments of kindness are what I will always remember. Walking through these halls now, the house feels a little bit different without him. He was a devoted husband, colleague, and friend. Luch, when I do go back to your home country, I will always remember everything that you've said, everything that we have shared over the last few years. It will always be a part of me. Thank you for everything. You are deeply, deeply missed. I want to also extend my heartfelt condolences to his wife, Mary, his kids, his family, and his friends, and especially to the Macedonian community. His presence is deeply, deeply missed throughout Parliament House. We love you, Luch. I'm missing you so much. Every question time or 90-second, I miss you. Vale, Luch.
I thank the member. Are there any other statements? And I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And having listened to so many fine tributes to Lupko Joncheski, otherwise, as we all knew him as Luch, it's hard to add much more to what has already been said. But can I begin by making this observation? It was absolutely wonderful to see Luch's family on the floor of Parliament House yesterday when the Prime Minister moved the condolence motion. For someone who had been so much a part of this House, who had spent so much of his life in this building, and in particular on the floor of Parliament, where few people ever get to step into, I think it was not only appropriate, but it was so good to see his family share in the space that took up so much of Luch's life. And to them, I extend my sincere condolences. Luch died too young, and I'm sure that the heartache of knowing that he died too young is something that they will have to try and work through over the years ahead. In fact, when I heard of Luch's passing, like so many others, I couldn't believe it. I just thought, no, it can't be possible. And I, you know how sometimes things seem to be what they are. I can recall on the very last day of last year when we were in this place, seeing Luch there and admiring him on that particular day for the way he conducted himself and for the way he worked within this building. And it seemed to be, and when I reflected back on it later, I thought, I have been here for 18 years, but why did I think of him on that particular day in the way that I did? And perhaps it was because for some unknown reason, it might be the last time I would see him. And when I came back here after the break, I still, and even now, I still just don't find it real that he's not part of this building and that he's not one of the people that we see each and every day. When I was first elected in 2007 and came here, Luch was the first attendant I got to know. He was the one that you might say I was introduced to as one of the attendants of this place. And from that very first moment, he made me feel welcome and he made me feel supported. And for a new member, That's pretty important to know that you've got someone that you feel that you've just made a friend that knows this place and is going to be there for you when you need that support. It's incredibly important. And yes, over time you build up relationships with so many other people, but he was the very first person I can actually recall. Others have spoken of the way he was able to support people in this room, regardless of which side of politics they came from, and do so in such a professional way where everyone felt treated, as others have quite rightly said, equally, and they were treated equally. He didn't differentiate, and he tried to support people in every way he could. One of the things I did notice about Luch was that he got to know the procedure and processes of this place so well that, and he was a stickler for procedure. And I could see that in the way he would talk to his other attendants, making sure that things were done right and according to the rules and conventions of this place. And he did that, and I admire him for it, because, you know, I think the credibility of this place all comes down to the way we all conduct ourselves and the processes through which we adhere to, and in turn, which give, you know, I guess, legal standing to everything we do. And Luch wanted to make sure that that was done properly, and he always did. As we all know, the role of politicians is not always easy, and there are indeed stresses that, you know, we all face each and every day. And again, as so many other members have pointed out, Luch could read people, he could read the floor of Parliament, and he could read when he needed to perhaps do that little bit extra that others might not have picked up on, but Luch did. And so, you know, with respect to his work here, I have to say it is something that has touched each and every one of us, because he touched each and every one of us in a very, very personal way. He reflects and embodies what I believe is the spirit of all of the staff that work in this building, whether it's the attendants, whether it's all the staff that we see in Parliament House, who equally are non-partisan, don't treat anyone differently, but collectively make our role work so well, or work as well as it does, and give us the support that they do. And again, I suspect that Luch, even within the attendants and the other staff, set an example for others to follow, which is something that we should also appreciate. I thank him for his personal support, but I thank him for the role model that he became in being an attendant in this place. And as others have said, and the last speaker quite rightly pointed out, the member for Riverina, it's not usual that we honour someone that hasn't been a statesman of some sort, and yet here we are honouring and remembering Luch because he did touch our lives. Can I say to Luch, thank you for your support during my time here. It's greatly appreciated, as it is for, I'm sure, all the others, and I say may he rest in peace. Deputy Speaker, just while I'm on my feet, can I also take the opportunity to recognise Malcolm Balcharek. Malcolm was one of the small team of Comcar drivers in Adelaide who also passed away only recently. Malcolm's funeral, I believe, is tomorrow. Like Luch, Malcolm was one of those other people that we rely on each and every day, and who do such a wonderful service, you know, unassumed, always there, supporting, and again, I simply want to say thank you to Malcolm and condolences to his family.
I thank the member for Macon. Are there any other statements? And I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. I'm rising to speak on today's condolence motion in relation to the passing of Luch Joncesky. Like many in this chamber, we've had the opportunity to know Luch through our work in this place, but I'm one of probably the only elected officials who can say that I shared the chamber with him as a fellow attendant. And so I met Luch just over 12 years ago when I started in the building as an attendant. And I was paired up with Luch in question time. On the government side, Luch was always insistent on being on the government side of whoever was in government at the time. And it was a great opportunity for me to not only get to know the work and the Parliament, but to get to know Luch. And when I was in the chamber yesterday and we had the opportunity to recognise Luch's contribution and to do so in front of not only the public but most importantly his family, I was thinking about Luch and how he would have absolutely loved that, because he very much felt at home in the building, and I think all of us felt at home in the building because he was there. For those who didn't have the opportunity to know him, Luch was the longest-serving House of Representatives employee, and his service went not only across the lifespan of this building, but into the lifespan of Old Parliament House. In fact, I understand that he was involved in the construction of this place as well. Luch understood service, and he understood the importance of this place as being significant, and he understood the value of it in our great democracy. And for him to be acknowledged in this way, following his passing, I think is a testament not only to him but to our country, because our country is here and our Parliament is here to serve those who go about their lives the way people like Luch did, and he had quite an incredible story. I also had the opportunity to work when I joined as an attendant. I was in my first year of being an attendant, and Luch's daughter Jess was in her second year, so I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with Jess. And I just say, my thoughts really go out to Jess, to Luch's other daughter Rebecca, and to his son Joshua, and of course to his wife Mary and extended family as well. Luch will definitely be missed in this place, and I think as someone who had the opportunity to sit next to him in countless question times, I'll always remember the inside jokes. He taught me a few words of Macedonian, and he knew every single room and every single story behind every single room in this place as well. Rest in peace, Luch. You will be missed by the Parliament, and we had the absolute privilege of spending time with you.
I thank the member. Are there any other statements? And I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and it was really lovely to hear that story, and I've learnt something new about the member today as well. I rise as well to join the colleagues from across this chamber in offering my heartfelt condolences to the family of our very beloved Luch. Proud Macedonian, and like many others, have had experiences of him sharing his culture and language through this place. My husband is Croatian, similar sort of language ideology, and so on the occasion he would attempt to sort of compare and teach me words in Macedonian as well, and vice versa. I've known Luch for my entire political career, first as a staffer a very, very long time ago now, and for the past now 24 years that I've been a member of this place. He knew this building and Old Parliament House that came before it like the back of his hand. He spent more time here than he would have done at his family home. Always extremely professional, he was the person you could rely on for absolutely everything. I think many of us remember back in late 2014 when question time coincided with a really big thunderstorm. A leak was spotted in the ceiling above the chamber, and Speaker Bishop remarked, "I realise that leaking is a familiar problem for political parties, however I think we need a bucket." And within minutes, Luch had sprung to his feet and got a bucket to the floor of the chamber, rightly to the applause of all members. And there was an iconic photo, I think, in the Age newspaper with Luch in the bucket rescuing us all from imminent threat of getting very wet. Luch's unfailing good humour, kindness and absolute love of this Parliament and the people who work here made him a joy for us all to be around. No matter how you were feeling or what was happening in the chamber, he could always put a smile on your face. I'm so sorry that he is gone. It is not how any of us ever expected to say goodbye to him. You know, a 40-year career, you would have expected that we would have had a retirement motion in the Parliament. So, you know, I know we were all just extraordinarily shocked over summer and just couldn't believe it because, you know, he's just been such a part of this place. We are so grateful to Luch for his long and dedicated service to this House, to the people of Australia, and I thank so much his beautiful family, daughter who works in this building now as well, continuing in her dad's footsteps. We are so grateful that you allowed him all of the time that he spent with us, and I want to say thank you, or in the words of in Croatian, not too dissimilar to Macedonian, hvala lukiato.
I thank the member. The question is, are there any statements? And I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow Minister King in her contribution, and the member for McPherson, who not only worked with Luch as a parliamentarian but worked with him as an attendant as well. There have been so many beautiful speeches made in this debate, and I agree with the Minister that Luch is the sort of person that we would have had a series of speeches for had he lived to enjoy to have retired and to have had a particular retirement farewell speech. Luch is one of those people that is so vital to the character of an institution like this. One of the things that he didn't do towards the end, because I think the Parliament had dispensed with it, was in the first 2 terms that I was here, in my 10 years of service, Luch would greet you at the airport on a Sunday evening. And like a barista knowing your coffee order, he would remember what time your car was going to pick you up and where it was going to pick you up the next morning. He brought a great smile, and after a flight that could sometimes be unpleasant, he was a wonderful person greeting you and bringing good humour that he brought to all of the work that he did. My office is opposite Zoe Mackenzie's, the member for Flinders, and in her office window she had a beautiful picture of her and Luch when the Parliament resumed in January for those important sittings to deal with the aftermath of Bondi. And I said, that's a beautiful picture of you and Luch in your office window. And then she told me that Luch had passed. And like so many, we just couldn't believe it. That somebody who's been so vital to this place, that's been so important for the good humour of this place. Some days in politics you have days where the highs are very high, and other days you have days where the lows are very low. And Luch was always there to inspire, to welcome, to greet, to just remind you of, with his good humour and good nature, of the importance of the service role that you're giving here. To those of us in partisan politics, it's often hard to imagine what it must take, an idea that the member for McPherson knows well, to be engaged in an impartial position in this House. So many of us join our political parties because we feel so passionately about our democracy and about issues to do with our democracy, or we stand for Parliament, as you do, Deputy Speaker, as a crossbencher because you have a set of values that you want to impart onto the Parliament. But our attendants don't do that, and the staff that work in the Parliament don't do that. They are here as servants of our democracy, and they take a dispassionate view. And Luch was such a great ambassador for the Parliament. He was such a great ambassador for the idea of service. I will never forget when I was on the back bench. Sometimes you'd only just need to wave at Luch and he knew exactly what you wanted, whether it was a water or the big lectern or the small lectern. And there are other days where perhaps the only thing you did in terms of walking into the House was walk in just to get your name marked off and see him. But his service, his decency, his remarkable connection with people right across the Parliament and right across the building is something that is very much worthy of celebration. To his family, who will have been shocked at his untimely passing, as we all are, I hope they take comfort from the fact that so many people from across the Parliament who served here for many years are paying tribute to this wonderful man who really touched so many people's lives. And I wished I'd had the opportunity to say to Luch how much he mattered to me as he mattered to so many of the colleagues here. To his family and to all those who knew him, may his memory be a blessing.
I thank the member. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to also associate my comments with the passing of much loved and deeply respected figure in this place, Lupko Joncheski. Known affectionately as Luch, but as an avid Collingwood supporter, to me, I think the Parliament House's very own Macedonian marvel. He was not an elected member, never stood to speak at the dispatch box, and his name will not appear on the rolls of Parliament. But make no mistake, he was part of the fabric of this place. And when I think about listening to other members' contributions today and having time to think about what Luch meant to me and to other people in this place since his passing, keep coming back to one known fact, and that is that Luch spent his time helping to build this place. And I think it's part of the reason why his fabric is so interwoven into every little facet of this building. Someone of the people who helped to build the People's House and then attend us in the House of Representatives for 4 decades. I think is quite a fitting achievement for the man. I often come here early in the morning and I leave late at night, and Luch is always, or was always, someone who I would come across very early on my path in, and probably the last person I'd see apart from security as I'd leave the building. And I was always met with, "How you going, boss?" I reply with, "Good, thanks, Chief." It was the interactions that we had with him were so genuine at the purest, simplest level. Like, there was no fuss about all the other noise going on in this place. It was his opportunity to make sure that you felt grounded in this place and that you weren't being lost in the hustle and bustle and noise. I know there has been a lot of comments around how people have felt, etc., but I do want to extend my condolences not only to his family but importantly to all of the chamber attendants. I know that it was extremely difficult when we came back for the couple of days sitting in January, and I had the fortune to speak to a few of our wonderful staff that assist us every day, and I know that it was extremely difficult. And I think the member for Fisher spoke about legacy and the ability to, or the desire to have people cut from the same cloth as Luch. I think that Luch's presence in this building and his service to this place has left an imprint on each and every single attendant. So I think that there is, without doubt, no risk of the fact that his legacy will live on, because I am very certain that every attendant will do everything they can to uphold the values for which Luch stood for. Speaker, we often speak in this chamber about service to the nation. Luch was a great servant of Australian democracy, not through speeches or legislation, but through constancy, professionalism and decency, through decades of showing up early, staying late and making sure this place functioned with care and respect. His contribution reminds us that democracy depends not only on those who debate and decide, but on those who support, sustain and uphold the institution itself. Luch did that for longer than anyone, and since his passing, Parliament House has been a quieter place, but his legacy remains in the memories of colleagues, in the stories shared in these corridors and chambers, and in the culture of respect he embodied. On behalf of the Parliament he served and the nation that Parliament represents, I extend my deepest love and sympathy to Luch's family, friends and all who had the privilege of knowing him. May you take comfort in knowing that he was admired, respected and genuinely loved. Vale Luch.
I thank the member for Spence, and the member for Menzies is seeking the call.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded? I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The words fall like stones in the silent room, heavy, cold and irreversible. A diagnosis doesn't arrive gently, it crashes in, shattering the quiet of an ordinary day and turning life, as you know it, upside down. In that moment, the world you knew just seconds ago vanishes, replaced by an unsettling shadow. Fear begins to coil around you. Fear of the unknown, fear of the fight, and the terrifying question of what this means to you and the people you love. This is the reality for thousands of Australian women. And this is why I rise today to give a voice to those fighting in the shadows and to advocate for the life-changing work of the Trudy Crowley Foundation. Yesterday was World Cancer Day, a global day of unity in the fight against this disease. But for those living with cancer, the fight is not a single day on the calendar. It is the lived reality that requires a community-led response. February is also Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, a time when we don the teal ribbon to shine a light on what is devastatingly referred to as the silent killer. It is a call to action to remember those who we have lost and to bolster the courage of those currently in the fight. Ovarian cancer is a particularly brutal disease. Symptoms like bloating, abdominal pain and fatigue are vague and easily dismissed as something else until it's too late. This is why the message of know your body, know your normal is so vital. These were the words of the Foundation's former ambassador, Brigitte, and they are the words now that define the Foundation's mission. Brigitte battled ovarian cancer for many years with a spirit, the foundation. Despite her stage 4 diagnosis, she remained a fierce advocate for ovarian cancer awareness. As we mark the first anniversary of her passing this month, her legacy lives on through every woman who hears her words, know your body, know your normal. It's a plea to get the women to trust their intuition, and it is demand for our medical system to listen. In my electorate, the Trudy Crowley Foundation was formed from a legacy of courage. Trudy Crowley was a woman of extraordinary grace and grit. When she was diagnosed with terminal ovarian cancer, she chose not to retreat. Instead, she proved that personal can be powerful. She turned on her own private battle into a public mission, ensuring that no one in the Greater Mackay region would have to walk the cancer path alone. This mission is powered by a board of locals and family members who lead with their hearts. I wish to formally acknowledge founding director Jackie Camilleri, along with Trudy's husband, Damien Crowley, Trudy's sons, Levi and Jacob, Luke Phillips, Lazara Kempflers, Aggie Murphy, Sonia Crowley and Pauline Townsend. Founding director Jackie Camilleri is the driving force behind this organisation. Her journey began as a volunteer tea lady at the Mater Hospital, where she first met Trudy. In the quiet of a hospital ward, Jackie saw a spark in Trudy and she knew that this could not be extinguished. What began as a chance encounter has blossomed into a beacon of hope that now lights the way for people with cancer. My own connection to this mission is personal. Board member Pauline Townsend is a valued member of my Mackay electorate office, and I see her work tirelessly for the Foundation. The Foundation is also championed by 2 patrons, the Queensland State member for Whitsunday, Amanda Cam, and my own media advisor, Amanda Wright. Ms Wright faced her own stage 3 cancer battle less than 2 years ago. Her presence here in Parliament House today is a sobering reminder that this disease does not discriminate. It doesn't care about your age or your plans for the future. The scourge of this disease touches us all. While the Foundation's roots are firmly planted in the teal soil of ovarian cancer awareness, its branches have grown to support families facing all forms of cancer across the Greater Mackay region. By offering the simple human comfort and support network, they are easing the journey for locals living with cancer. They remind us, while these diseases may be silent, our response must be loud. This February, I urge everybody to learn the symptoms of ovarian cancer. Be a shining light for this disease. We are raising awareness. We are saving lives.
I thank the member and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognise the extraordinary contribution made by Jenny Kenner to the community of Robertson, a beautiful village in the Southern Highlands region within my electorate. In 2025, Jenny was named the Wingecarribee Citizen of the Year, and she has performed her role admirably over the past 12 months. Jenny is widely admired and respected for her integrity and character, as well as her hard work in the local community. For over 20 years, Jenny has been a very active member of her community in Robertson. She played a key role in founding CTC Robertson in 2004. CTC Robertson is a not-for-profit organisation that enriches the local community through arts, education and social programs. The initials CTC represent the organisation's three core areas of focus: community, technology and creativity. Jenny has not only been CTC's president for the past 14 years, but her enthusiasm and drive have been critical to the organisation establishing itself as a thriving community hub. Her dedication has been essential to CTC becoming a vital space for education and connection, and is an extremely valuable community asset. Jenny also writes for the Robertson News and e-News, manages the village website, and represents CTC on the Robertson Community Association. I thank Jenny Kenner today in the Australian Parliament for making such a long-standing and valuable contribution to her community. I rise today to recognise an incredible woman from my electorate of Whitlam, Auntie Lindy Lawler, an Aboriginal elder, Yuin woman, community leader and survivor of the stolen generations. Auntie Lindy is highly respected across the Illawarra for her inspiring qualities of strength and resilience, and her generous work in the community supporting organisations such as the Illawarra Women's Health Centre, Illawarra Aboriginal Medical Service, Shellharbour Council, the United Koori Social Club and the Wollongong Cultural Centre. This important work covers so many areas, including mental health, cultural education and mentorship. I was honoured to be at the Shellharbour Civic Centre when Auntie Lindy received an Outstanding Contribution to Reconciliation Award at the 2025 Regional NAIDOC Awards for her tireless advocacy, creating spaces for young Aboriginal women and people and promoting education and healing within the Illawarra community. Auntie Lindy was also recognised for her outstanding contribution to educational achievement by an Aboriginal community member in the 19th Annual Nangamai Awards in 2024. Auntie Lindy has endured great hardship in her life, enduring emotional turmoil and abuse after she and her twin sister were stolen from their parents when they were only 5 months old. Auntie Lindy and her identical twin sister were born in David Berry Memorial Hospital at Berry on the New South Wales South Coast in December 1958. In May 1959, their parents were told to take the twins back to the hospital for a checkup, and when they returned, the girls were gone. When they were 18, they were able to meet their mother for the first time. Auntie Lindy never got to meet her father. Auntie Lindy has demonstrated extraordinary resilience and dedication to community healing. Auntie Lindy is widely loved and admired, and on behalf of the Whitlam electorate, I thank her for her leadership and her service to our community. I rise today to recognise Barbara Gibb, a highly valued member of the Warilla and Shellharbour communities. For the past 25 years, Barb, as she's known, has worked as a volunteer with Assist Shellharbour, managing the Born Again Boutique, an op shop in Warilla. Born Again Boutique opened in 1998, providing a place where people in the community can have access to clean, pre-loved and affordable clothing and goods. Many items can be purchased for just a few dollars, and Born Again Boutique is popular and has a great reputation. Barb looks after every aspect of the boutique's day-to-day function, including sorting donations, organising tip runs, maintaining cleanliness, supervising volunteers and liaising with partnering organisations, and she volunteers 40 hours a week. Importantly, Barb doesn't just manage the store, she's cultivated a space of connection, care and community, and she's achieved this through her integrity and compassion. She remembers people's names, their stories and what they're going through in life. She takes time to check in on customers and community members, offering a kind word, a cup of tea, a message of support, or a reminder that they're not alone. I had the great pleasure of visiting Born Again Boutique a few weeks ago and meeting Barb and her wonderful team of volunteers. I thank Barb for her 25 years of service to her community and for doing this with such warmth, compassion and generosity of spirit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I always love going back to my electorate after coming to Canberra, although I do really appreciate and relish in the opportunity that I've been given to represent the people of McPherson in this place. But this time I'll be going back to McPherson with some bad news. And it's bad news in relation to the state of our economy. Because as we're all aware, we've seen yet another, the 13th, interest rate rise in Australia. It's well known and well documented that we're going through a housing crisis, and I have the opportunity every now and then to speak to many, especially young people across my electorate who are struggling to get into their first home. But I also have the ability at times to speak to people who have managed to get into their first home, and now they're presented with an increase to their repayments, and they're presented with yet another barrier to real wage growth as well. What we're seeing by this Labor government is no real growth strategy. Consistent with Labor ideology, we're seeing the constant redistribution of what we already have. And as somebody who represents that next generation, I think we need to set our sights higher. And not only that, but we need to make sure that this government takes responsibility of where it hasn't been able to achieve what is required by the Australian people. Now, just looking at the state of this economy, and we're looking at inflation rates at the moment. Now, inflation in this country sits at 3.8%, which is significantly above the 2 to 3% target range. And we've seen the Assistant Treasurer, Daniel Molino, recently say that it's actually a global phenomenon at the moment. Well, if you actually look at where Australia sits, Australia and the UK are now the only two countries in the developed world where inflation sits above 3%. So that 0.8%, that is above the upper range of where it should be in Australia. And not only that, but we all saw the commentary by economists in the lead up to the rate rise on Tuesday. It was predicted. And it was predicted because of what we've seen in this country by this government. It's the reckless spending that has continued under Labor. And we've seen the budget continue to blow out. Before this Labor government, the previous biggest budget blowout in spending was $10 billion. But now we're seeing a budget blowout that is more than 5 times that. I've sat in question time and time again, and I've seen the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, talking about how he's using your money as taxpayers to subsidise the installation of home batteries. Now, the program was originally costed at $2.3 billion, but it's now blown out to $12.3 billion in just 6 months. Now, that's a blowout of over $10 billion. You cannot trust this Labor government to spend your money wisely. They're also using your money to subsidise the electric vehicle preferences of some. Now, originally that was estimated to cost $90 million this financial year, but it's now coming in at a cost of around $1.35 billion. So yet another example of how you can't trust this Labor government to spend your money wisely. The bottom line is that all of this government spending is keeping our interest rates and our inflation at the highest levels in the developed world. And that has real, tangible consequences. And I see those, and I'm sure my colleagues across the board here see those when they go back to their electorates and they're presented with the problems that our constituents face on a daily basis. We must hold this Labor government to account, because the reason we are at the situation that we are at, and the reason this economy is at the situation it's at, is because we've got a government that is not prepared to act within the necessary fiscal guardrails that are required to manage inflation and manage reckless spending. Acting Speaker, I say this. As a country, we need to think seriously, and as a government, I urge this government to think seriously about the legacy that they are leaving and the debt and the burden that they are leaving for the next generation. Because if we're not putting that front and centre of our considerations in this place, something is clearly wrong.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Before entering this place as an MP, I spent 3 decades working in the community sector, learning how real and lasting change is created when people come together with shared purpose. That experience shapes everything I do as the member for Dunkley. I know that the strongest solutions are built from the ground up through listening, partnership and genuine collective impact. Social challenges are never simple. They are interconnected, embedded locally and felt every day by families, workers, young people and older residents alike. Meaningful change starts by engaging the people who live these realities, residents, organisations, community leaders, local businesses, and those who lived experience guides us toward the truth of what is needed. 2 of the most pressing issues facing the Dunkley community are men's health and wellbeing and housing. These matters are not abstract policy debates, they shape daily life, dignity and opportunity. As the member for Dunkley, I feel a deep responsibility to create the spaces where our community can come together, share openly and design real practical solutions. That's why I convened the Dunkley Men's Health and Wellbeing Forum, a place-based response grounded in genuine community need. The forum brought together men and boys aged 16 and over from across Dunkley for an open, honest conversation about men's health and wellbeing issues. This workshop was facilitated by the Man Cave, supported by Movember and the Frankston Dolphins Football Club. Around 70 men and boys and community organisations attended. What emerged was extraordinary honesty, hope, vulnerability and a willingness to share. My son Flynn spoke courageously about growing up as a young man. Today, the pressure to be perfect, the constant comparison and the weight of social media. His words reminded us that young men want to talk. Often, they just need a safe space to begin. We also heard from the Special Envoy for Men's Health, the member for Hunter, who spoke powerfully about mental health, body image, prostate cancer and the courage it takes to ask for help in a society that still tells men to tough it out. What struck me most was the connection in the room, teenagers sitting beside retirees, everyone speaking without judgment or bravado. From this forum grew a tangible outcome, a commitment to establish the Dunkley Men's Health Network, focused on connection, prevention and strengthening the support systems that help men in Dunkley thrive. Housing remains one of the most complex challenges of our time, but any lasting solution must be informed by local reality. That is why I brought together representatives from all levels of government, community housing providers, developers, universities, landlords, service providers and investors, people with the insight and influence to help drive meaningful change. What emerged was rare. Genuine alignment across sectors. Participants recognised the scale of the housing crisis and shared a determination to collaborate on diverse place-based solutions. We identified that Dunkley already has many preconditions for success, from redevelopment opportunities and strategic planning frameworks to strong local demand driven by education, health and workforce growth. Federal initiatives such as the National Housing Infrastructure Fund were acknowledged as critical tools to unlock progress. When I was first elected, I wasn't entirely sure how best to translate my community experience with this role. I am now absolutely clear. My responsibility as the member for Dunkley is to listen deeply, understand needs and opportunities, and bring people together to create solutions to the complex challenges we face locally and nationally. As our challenges grow more complex, so must our collaboration. The future we want depends on relationships, shared purpose, and the courage to work together, even across the aisle. And in Dunkley, we have that courage, we have that determination, we have capacity to come together and lead. And the strength of a community is not measured by the challenges it faces, but by the way in which it comes together to overcome them.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honour the life and legacy of an extraordinary woman, Carol Porter OAM, a long-time resident of Latrobe, a pillar of our community, and can I say, very close and dear friend to myself and so many. Just 2 weeks ago, we lost Carol. With her passing, our community has lost one of the greatest champions. Carol Porter was a local legend who impacted many lives with her selfless service. A lifelong resident of Officer District, Carol poured her heart and energy in her remarkable generosity of spirit in helping others and in particular community. Carol was involved in an incredible 15 organisations. She served with the Officer Hall Committee, the Officer Football Club, the Officer United Church Committee, St John of God Hospital, Make-A-Wish Foundation. She also served in community through her work with the Officer Community Association, the Probus Club, the Red Cross, the Officer Memorial Gates, and can I say those gates were moved when the oval had to be relined, and Carol was the one who did all the hard work putting the application in. Carol also played a significant leadership role as Director of the Board of Beaconsfield District Community Bank, serving since it established nearly 7 years ago, helping ensure local banking profits were reinvested back into our local community. Carol's advocacy helped shape the officer community we know today. She was instrumental in so many local achievements. She fought to return the post office box to office, and can I say that was a very interesting one, because one day the Australia Post decided to move the post office box, and Carol got me down there and said, we want it back. And I said, Carol, you can't go up against Australia Post. And anyway, she said, well, you better start making speeches and petitions, and we did all that. And eventually we had Australia Post regional manager in the office, and after the meeting, the regional manager said to me, is this Carol Porter going to give up? I said, just make our lives easy, bring the thing back. I may have used a few other words. And lo and behold, officer now has a post office box back, all due to Carol. And the same with the traffic lights at the intersection of Tivendale Road. And the big one, Beaconsfield Interchange. Carol was on the Officer Township Committee and worked with the Beaconsfield Progress Association. And that's a major project she fought to get. She also fought and stopped the poker machines coming into Officer. I think it's one of the first times when it went to the VCAT that it saw in favour of the local community to keep pokies out there because of the damage it does to the families. And she's always been an amazing contributor to our local community. She received, as to be expected from all what I've said, the Medal of the Order of Australia for her recognition for her amazing community service. Can I say, you love this, Madam Deputy Speaker, she was a staunch Liberal, very Liberal, and she was the person who, right from the start, got behind me, and if it wasn't for Carol, I wouldn't be a Member of Parliament. She's been a great mentor, but can I say too, she's a very, how should I say, fair person, working with everyone in their community to make sure whatever was delivered to our community. So many conversations I had with Carol over the years started with Carol saying, Jason, somebody needs to tell you, which I would reply, Carol, why is it always you? And she's one of those constituents who would just never give up. Her husband to Rob Porter, who's sadly not with us anymore, also Order of Australia, they championed when it came to the Officer Recreation Reserve, and it's got new basketball courts in it. Carol was the one who led the charge there. Then it became, the next mission was the sports club that was upgraded there, and finally the social rooms. And can I just say to the Porter clan, thank you very much for allowing Rob and Carol to have done so much to our community. So to Jeff and his wife Jane, Gavin and wife Tony, the 6 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren, we feel your immense loss, but we also feel your immense pride with knowing what Carol and Rob have done for the electorate of Latrobe, and especially for the people of officer. So may they both rest in peace. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year we've already had a number of very painful reminders of why, as a nation, we have to be relentless in our commitment to ending domestic, family and sexual violence, and why we have to make sure that every child has the opportunity to grow up safe and loved and hopeful for their future. Like so many Australians, I was shocked and heartbroken when I heard that Sophie Quinn and her unborn baby and her aunt Nerida Quinn and friend John Harris had been killed. I'm just as devastated that Sophie and Nerida were two of at least 6 women who have been killed in the last 2 months alone. Every single death reminds us of what is at stake. That's why we will continue as a government to address the gaps that remain in our national effort, to reinforce what works and to make sure that we continue to adapt with the pervasiveness of family, domestic and sexual violence, that we understand that the character of this violence changes over time, including as technology changes. We've made the leaving violence payment permanent so that women have the financial support they need to leave. We've invested in responses to perpetrators of violence that break that cycle of violence. We're investing more than any government before, over $4 billion since 2022, and of course an additional $3.9 billion into legal services as well. But it's not just about dollars spent. We have to drive a seismic shift in our community. The Commonwealth Government has a real, large and serious degree of responsibility here. So do the states and territories. But so do all of us in our individual lives have a responsibility to shift the culture that turns a blind eye to violence, or worse, permits it, tacitly permits it. We need to take account of changes in technology, and it's why we've taken world-leading action to address the impact of harmful technology like Nudify apps and undetectable stalking tools. It's why we're investing in educating young men and boys in particular about consent and healthy relationships. And we know that there are a lot of amazing role models out there doing fantastic work. We need to make sure that more young men and boys have that influence in their lives. It's why we're investing in essential frontline services. It's why we're making sure that universities respond appropriately to the unacceptable rates of sexual assault on campus. And it's why we're making changes to the family law system as well, to make sure that the presumption of shared responsibility is properly understood, so that we continue to put the best interests of children at the very heart of any decisions in family law. This is, of course, about making sure that all of our systems work for victims of family, domestic and sexual violence. And today I was very proud to introduce a bill establishing an independent national commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people. We know that there are still too many gaps for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people when it comes to starting school with developmental delays, when it comes to the way that mainstream services like our big health and education systems serve Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. And it's, of course, why we need to address the unacceptable number of children, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, entering our out-of-home care systems and juvenile justice systems. We need to make sure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids can expect all of the same good things as any child in this country. A great education system, starting school ready, thriving through their schooling years, a great job at the end of it, and specialist systems that work for them too. At the moment, we know that we're letting too many children down. We have the opportunity to change that, and as a government we are absolutely committed to doing that.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m, Monday the 9th of February 2026.